Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay. I literally said they need to understand that
people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
Let us pray. O God, who knows every one of our deepest desires, even our hurts are not hidden from you. We rejoice that we are your children. Thank you for saving us from unseen traps and dangers. Help us to live so that we will inspire generations yet to come. As senators do the work of freedom today, may they work with a sense of history. Give them the courage to make decisions that will strengthen our nation for the storms ahead. Lord, keep them from the pitfalls that nurture divisions and unite them in their efforts to find common ground. And Lord, comfort all who mourn throughout our world. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world, folks. Good to see you. We're going to start out with this Senate session. They are talking about the SAVE Act, and I'm trying to figure out what they're trying to save us from. So I figured we'd watch a little bit of it. And everybody, as you do come in, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're hearing this on a replay, please also make sure you click the like button, and let's see what Senator Grassley has to say.
Nomination, the judiciary, Anna St. John of Louisiana to be United States District.
It may have been difficult to see just how President Trump remembers
Morning.
fairest, most balanced, and modern trade agreement ever achieved. End of quote. I hope that President Trump remembers those words, and they were very appropriate words, as he leads the reconsideration of USMCA today. One little provision, but important provision in the USMCA. In 1920, or in 2020 when the agreement was signed, it may have been difficult to see just how big an impact the first ever biotechnology provision in a trade agreement would make, and how important the dispute settlement piece would be for that agreement.
You know what? Let me switch here. This is the part that I was interested in seeing. Sorry about that.
Soon, the Senate will debate a bill. The bill is called the Save America Act. The policies in this bill have the support of more than 80% of Americans. Some of my colleagues say that the Save America Act isn't necessary. They are wrong. There are two fundamental common sense reasons why 80% of the Americans support the policies of this legislation. Number one, only U.S. citizens are eligible to vote in our elections. So this bill simply requires Americans to show proof of citizenship when they register to vote. Number two, it requires a photo ID when voting. This helps ensure the person who is registered to vote in that election is the person who is actually casting that ballot. The Save America Act would give voters peace of mind that federal elections are conducted fair and square. It would give voters peace of mind that their vote isn't diluted by people not eligible to vote. I'm co-sponsor of SAVE Act and the Save America Act. I support free, transparent, and accurate elections. Every American deserves absolute confidence. There's no funny business distorting election outcomes. Let me tell you about the track record in my home state of Iowa. Voter ID laws in my state have been successful and well received since passage in 2017. Iowa voters turnout increased in the 2018 midterm elections, and turnout has continued to remain very strong. So the proof is in the pudding. Iowa's track record demonstrates voter ID improves integrity and security of our elections. Also enhancing voter turnout and also boosting public confidence in the outcome of elections. Nearly a century ago, a Supreme Court justice said that states are the laboratories of democracy. Guess what? Iowa has shown voter ID laws work. They don't impede voter turnout, as Iowa has shown. Voter ID boosts public trust. In fact, according to the National Conference of State Legislatures, 36 states have voter ID. Their laws on the books require voter ID. This bill would apply a minimum federal standard, much like other federal voting laws. Partisan critics of this common sense bill are misleading the public with bad information. This bill would not make it harder to vote. Americans ought to be insulted by arguments being made on the other side of the aisle. I'm confident Americans are capable of bringing a photo ID with them to vote. That happens to be no different than when they drive, when they open a bank account, when they board an airplane, when they buy.
Let me just stop this ridiculousness right here. Okay, voting, if you're eligible, is a right. It is a constitutional right. Driving is not. Getting on a plane is not. And there are places where a driver's license is not accepted as proof of citizenship. I don't know why this dude doesn't know it. Chuck Grassley's like 90 or older. The other thing is whatever a state decides to do, states determine how their elections are conducted. It's more appropriate for a state to require photo ID than it is the feds. This is unconstitutional.
Buy cold medicine or sign up for government benefits. These are all examples of people showing ID. Another argument claims it's unfair to require people to provide proof of citizenship to register to vote. That's even more revealing. Coming from the other side, because it makes the Biden administration's open border policy even more alarming. After President Biden allowed more than 12 million people to illegally enter our country, protecting the right to vote for American citizens is top of mind to the millions of law-abiding citizens throughout America. Because of the influx in illegal immigrants streaming into our country during Biden's border crisis, it's not surprising Americans want to prevent voter fraud and ensure every ballot is legitimate. The bill gives voters 5 different ways to show proof of citizenship and to give the states and citizens and states the flexibility to create other pathways to show proof of citizenship. For example, for those whose current name doesn't match their birth certificate, they can provide a marriage certificate or other name change verifications. I've been honored to serve in my elective office for many decades. I've worked hard to earn every vote at the ballot box. Public trust in elective office holders requires public trust in our elections. Voting rights have a long history in America's march to a more perfect union. They're enhanced by the 15th Amendment to the Federal Constitution, by the 19th Amendment to the Federal Constitution. My mother was one of the very first women to cast a ballot after ratification of the 19th Amendment, and I've shown proof of that with placards here on the floor of the United States Senate in a speech that shows her picture in the Des Moines Register newspaper and the Waterloo Courier newspapers. The Save American Act doesn't infringe on these hard-fought voting rights. It would preserve the integrity of every vote cast in a federal election. Election integrity is sacred to our system of self-government. Losing public trust in the outcome of elections would be a death knell for our fragile American experiment, even though it's 250 years long. For our nation's 250th birthday, the Save American Act is a gift to current and future generations to strengthen our system of self-government. This brings me to more common sense policies included in the bill, as well as the voting issues. Like many Americans, I'm alarmed by the prevalence of gender mutilation surgeries being performed on minors. Protecting
Okay.
children makes our society.
All right. Well, let's go to Chuck Schumer's response, and then we will cease torturing you with this. But I was just curious what these two would have to say.
Well, this afternoon, Republicans will move to bring a pernicious, radical bill before the Senate, the so-called Save America Act. At a moment when war is consuming the Middle East, when costs are rising, when ICE agents are terrorizing our communities, and when job growth in America is weakening, MAGA Republicans have chosen to focus on voter suppression. We all know why Donald Trump wants this bill. He is afraid Republicans will lose in November. Trump says, pass the SAVE Act and it will, quote, guarantee the midterms. Imagine manipulating the electoral process to try and make himself the winner when he thinks he's going to lose. Not surprising, I suppose, from Donald Trump. The senior senator from Utah says Republicans will lose power, likely for a long time, if we don't get Save America passed. It's funny. I don't remember MAGA Republicans screaming about stolen elections and voter fraud after the 2024 election that they won. Well, the same rules that govern the 2024 election are going to be the ones that govern the 2026 election. The only difference is that this time, MAGA Republicans know they're in trouble politically. So now they're suddenly saying the system's compromised and broken and it needs to be changed. It's all lies, all lies. And they want to drag down the entire Senate for who knows how long in a vain attempt to pass this bill. Let's be clear. Senate Democrats will never allow the SAVE Act to pass this chamber. They should, if a small band of MAGA senators wants to drag this out on the Senate floor, keep us here through the night, through days or longer while stalling all other important business, they can try. It will not work. MAGA Republicans, Senate Democrats will hold the line as long as necessary, because with this bill, democracy is at stake. And I want to be very clear. The SAVE Act is not about voter identification. It's about voter suppression. Under the SAVE Act, every single state would be required to share its voter rolls with the Department of Homeland Security, something even many Republican states do not want to do. Those rolls would be reviewed by a system designed by none other than Elon Musk and his Doge, using an algorithm that has already been shown to be deeply flawed. Millions will be kicked off the rolls for no reason. This means American citizens, many millions, would be booted off the rolls wrongly. And if you're kicked off the rolls, you may never be told. There's no requirement to let you know. Then when you show up on election day ready to vote and a poll worker tells you, sorry, you're not registered, you're not in the system, register that day, especially with the onerous requirements for registration in the SAVE Act. And it's not just, as I said, it's not just as simple as re-registering. Under the bill, Americans would have to run through an obstacle course of red tape unlike anything we have.
Uh-oh. Hold on one sec here.
Ever seen in voter registration. A driver's license would no longer be enough. A military ID would no longer be enough. You would need something like a passport, which most Americans do not have, or a birth certificate,
Yeah.
which many Americans
I hadn't
cannot
talked with you in a
easily
long
find.
time. That's my bad.
And if you cannot produce these documents, you could be out of
doing
luck, even
odd
if you're an
hours.
American citizen with
But I
every
just,
right to vote.
wanted to call and see how you were.
That is almost certainly the majority, the vast majority of who would be thrown off the rolls. Meanwhile, say goodbye to some of the safest, most convenient, and most effective ways to register to vote. No more registering online, no more registering at churches, no more registering at college campuses, no more registering at the DMV, no more registering by mail, no more vote by mail. Many red states love votes by mail, and yet MAGA radicals want to eliminate it almost entirely. I ask my Republican colleagues, how does it protect our elections to stop people from registering at a church or at the DMV? How does it make our democracy safer to tell seniors, people with disabilities, or working Americans they cannot register online and must find their way to an election office, something only a fraction of Americans do today, 5.9% to be more precise? How does getting rid of vote by mail, something red states do, something blue states do, strengthen democracy? The answer is it does not. The SAVE Act is not about election integrity. It is about voter suppression, plain and simple. MAGA Republicans would rather take democracy down than back away from their own right-wing extreme policies that have killed jobs, started wars, exploited working people to benefit the ultra-rich. Senate Democrats will not let them succeed. I tell my Republican colleagues, hear me, we will hold the line for as long as it takes. Iran. Each day brings more evidence that Donald Trump has no idea what he's doing in Iran. Yesterday, the president effectively admitted his administration badly miscalculated Iran's responses to his attacks. As he put it, they hit Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, and Kuwait. Nobody expected it. We were shocked. They fought back. Comments like that show that Donald Trump is in over his head. The old saying goes, if you break it, you buy it. Well, Donald Trump, you broke it badly, and now you're trying to get out of paying the price. The Strait of Hormuz is effectively shut down. Oil prices continue to rise. Yesterday, we learned that about 200 American troops have now been injured in this conflict. 13 service members have made the ultimate sacrifice. We pray for them, their families, and for everyone in harm's way. But again, I repeat, to Donald Trump, if you break it, you buy it. Donald Trump broke it badly, and now he is trying to get out of paying a price. Donald Trump promised this would be over in a matter of days or weeks. Well, we're now in week 3. There is still no sign this war is close to ending. In fact, despite severe blows, most reporting suggests Iran's regime remains intact and has hardened rather than collapsed. This war needs to come to an end. In the meantime, I repeat what I said last week. Donald Trump's cabinet must come before the Senate. We need public hearings. We need to hear Secretary Rubio, Secretary Hesketh, and others under oath and answer tough questions. They need to answer some very basic questions. Why are we at war? What is the objective? Will there be American boots on the ground? How exactly do they plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and what is the exit strategy? Right now, we do not have answers to the questions that should be easy for any competent administration to answer, and that should alarm every one of us. And finally, on energy costs. Later today, Senator Heinrich, White House, and I will release the most comprehensive Senate report to date on Donald Trump's broken promise to lower energy costs. This is the third major pillar in Democrats' year-long effort to present a lower-grade agenda to the American people. Lower costs, lowering costs will remain our North Star all year long. Donald Trump might think affordability is a hoax. He might be fixated on foreign wars. But Democrats understand the cost of living is the #1 issue on people's minds. When it comes to energy prices, the story is very simple. Donald Trump promised he would cut the price of energy in half in his first year. Well, 14 months have passed, and not only are energy prices up, they're rising roughly 3 times the rate of inflation. That is not sustainable. Our report explains in detail why this is happening. Donald Trump chose to help his friends in the big oil lobby. instead of helping American families lower their energy bills. He has waged war on clean energy, the cheapest and fastest source to build and get electrons on the grid. And now Americans are paying the price that he cut clean energy, all because contributors, many contributors, Harold Hamm, hate clean energy because they know it's the future, not oil and gas that they claim should be the only route to go. When he was running for office, Donald Trump promised oil executives at Mar-a-Lago, Harold Hamm among them, that if they gave him $1 billion for his election, he'd give them a great deal in return. Now he's making good on that bargain. His so-called big, beautiful bill has destroyed clean energy jobs across the country and raised taxes on clean energy. He has weaponized the federal government to undermine 35 clean energy projects that could have powered 14 million homes, supported 170,000 jobs. And at the same time, Trump's war with Iran has pushed up the cost of gasoline and diesel. His tariffs have raised the cost of material needed to produce energy here at home. So, after more than a year, the pattern's very clear. Donald Trump has systematically destroyed investments in energy production, favored big oil over working families, and raised costs on households by killing the cheapest and fastest sources of new energy: solar, wind, battery storage. The American people are paying the price.
All right, folks.
For Trump's broken promise.
I apologize for letting Chuck Schumer drone on, but I got a call from my father-in-law, so I had to take it. So where are we? I'm not going to go much farther with this SAVE Act stuff. That's mainly what I wanted to hear them talk about. I have problems with it. And, it's kind of funny that I really think that it's so transparent what these folks are trying to do. They are inventing a problem to solve. So anyway, let us sally forth to the current war. So Israel says that Ali Larijani, he was some sort of pivotal Iranian leader. Ali Larijani killed in airstrike, Israel says. If confirmed, death would make Larijani the most senior Iranian figure to be killed since Ali Khamenei on the first day of war. Well, he would be the most senior killed, but he is not the most senior. So more than likely, they got him. Israel's good at that. This actually is interesting. So top Trump counterterrorism official resigns over Iran war. Definitely want to hear this. If it'll
President
play.
Trump's director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Joe Kent, announced his immediate resignation Tuesday, citing the decision to begin a war against Iran when Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation. Kent, nominated by the president and confirmed by the Senate last year, posted his resignation letter on X Tuesday morning, saying he cannot support sending the next generation off to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people nor justifies the cost of American lives. I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran, Kent wrote. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. He is the highest-ranking Trump administration official to announce his resignation over the Iran war. The White House took issue with Kent's assertion that Iran posed no imminent threat. Mr. Trump was also asked about Kent's resignation during a meeting with the Irish Prime Minister Tuesday. I read his statement, the president told reporters in the Oval Office. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. When I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said Iran was not a threat, Mr. Trump continued. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement posted on X that there were many false claims in Kent's letter to the president, and she took issue with his assertion that Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the U.S. This is the same false claim that Democrats and some in the liberal media have been repeating over and over, she said. As President
Is it
Trump
now?
has clearly and explicitly stated, he had strong and compelling evidence that Iran was going to attack the United States first. Kent said that before last June, which is when the US and Israel struck Iran's nuclear facilities, the president understood that wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. Kent knows the cost of war personally. His wife, Shannon, was killed by suicide bomber in Syria in 2019, leaving behind 2 boys.
Oh, wow.
He went on to accuse Israeli officials and some in the media of orchestrating a deception that led Mr. Trump into the war. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war with Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the United States, and that should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactics the Israelis used to draw us into the disastrous Iraq war that cost the nation the lives of thousands of our best men and women. You can reverse course and chart a new path for our nation, or you can allow us to slip further toward decline and chaos, he told the president. You hold the cards. As director of the National Counterterrorism Center, Kent led U.S. counterterrorism and counter-narcotics efforts and was the president's principal counterterrorism advisor. A retired Green Beret veteran, Kent was confirmed in July 2025 after Mr. Trump nominated him to the post in February 2025.
Wow, that is this is a big deal, actually. But there are other there are other issues with this whole thing. So Trump says he wants to delay visit to China because of Middle East conflict. Well, the part he didn't mention is that Chinese vessels have been getting through the Straits of Hormuz without issue, at least according to what I read yesterday. So they they have no reason to provide any sort of Navy support, and I suppose maybe Trump didn't consider that starting a war might delay this summit. So New York Post reporting Trump has a fiery response to NATO allies over Strait of Hormuz. They will do nothing for us. That is true. Now, this kind of belies the statement that America is respected around the world again. Sounds like our allies have kind of bailed. President Trump railed Tuesday against America's NATO allies. This isn't a NATO action, by the way, saying that they refused his call for assistance in keeping the Strait of Hormuz open for international shipping. The United States has been informed by most of our NATO allies that they don't want to get involved with our military operation. America first, baby. I bet they all said that. Trump has been burning up the phone lines trying to get European countries to commit military hardware to keep the waterway open for transporting oil. Let's see here. We will protect them, but they will do nothing for us in particular in a time of need, he said of the Atlantic Alliance. Because of the fact that we have had such military success, we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. This is what he wrote on Truth Social, apparently. Likewise, Japan, Australia, and South Korea In fact, speaking as president of the United States of America, by far the most powerful country anywhere in the world, we do not need the help of anyone, in all caps. Wow. The Strait of Hormuz has been effectively closed by an Iranian blockade using mines, drones, and ships. I thought their navy was destroyed, halting 27% of global maritime energy. With gas prices on the rise and oil surging above $100 per barrel, Trump has been trying to get the strait open again, leaving him furious at the NATO rebuff, according to his close friend, Senator Lindsey Graham. Wow, they're close friends? Oh, no doubt they are close friends. As war with Iran hurts oil prices, U.S. turns to Iranian boats for help. Now, this is awesome. Iranian-linked ships carrying Russian oil were among those that received temporary exemptions from sanctions, a sign of how dire the energy crisis is becoming. So basically, the oil sanctions that the U.S. put in place to punish Russia for Ukraine, we're having to reverse those sanctions to keep oil prices low. So Iranian tankers carrying Russian oil have received Trump's blessing. Wow. This is embarrassing, to be honest. Oh, what a cock up. So this is someone, I think I might have shown what's his name, Shahid Bolson, once or twice here, but he runs a YouTube page called Middle Nation, and this video essay is Iran. Even the guilty can be wronged. So this dude is a damn good orator. It's scary how good he is. So let's go ahead and play this. I'll skip it a bit.
Well, let's talk about this the way that civilized people would talk about it. Not the way it's talked about in the American media or the Western media. Let's talk about it the way civilized people would talk about it, objectively, factually, and legally. Rule of law is a concept that comes from Islam. It comes from Islam. Keeping agreements, keeping treaties, and so forth. This is from Islam. If you are bound by a contract, you're bound by an agreement or a treaty or what have you, you keep that. You fulfill it. You understand? And we have all agreed to a set of laws, to a set of rules that are supposed to govern international relations. Supposed to. There are institutions that we have all agreed to accept as the arbiters and as the enforcer of these rules that we all agreed to. There's nothing subjective about this. This is all written down. It's all written down on paper. It's all signed off on. And those who violate the rules, this is not a matter of opinion. This is a matter of legal noncompliance. It's a violation of terms. It's a violation of conditions, and it's a violation of what's been written down. And the violation is very clear because the terms are very clear. There's no room for debate. There's no room for interpretation. No one needs to take an opinion poll. So let's start there, because if you're going to talk about Iran and you're not going to talk about the law, then we already know from the outstart that whatever you have to say about Iran, you have no legal leg to stand on with what you're going to say. And that's what most of the talk has been like about Iran. You know, Iran is this, Iran is that. They oppress people, they suppress their protesters and whatnot. They want to have nuclear weapons, so we need regime change, so on and so forth. Many people in the country want regime change and so on. None of that means anything whatsoever if you have no legal grounds for what you are doing. Even if the population of Iran was cheering for when your missiles come and blow up their schools, even if the people of Iran wanted you to come in there and overthrow their government, that means nothing. You still can't do it because you have to follow the rules. That's the way it's supposed to work. So obviously, the American-Israeli war against Iran is completely illegal. It's completely illegal. It's not just a crime. It's a series of ongoing crimes, war crimes that are going on right now today. The United Nations Charter, Article 2, Section 4, has the most fundamental rule of international order that we have. The most fundamental rule of the international order that we have. The order, by the way, that America set up in the first place because they thought they were never going to be held accountable to it. And that is the prohibition of any use of force against any sovereign state, full stop. There are exactly two exceptions to this rule. One is that you get the Security Council to authorize it, which they did not do in this case. That didn't happen. Or number two, that you are acting in genuine self-defense against an actual armed attack that has occurred. Iran did not attack them. They were literally in negotiations with them at the time. That should make any honest person, that should make your blood boil, knowing that Iran was sitting across the negotiating table from the American diplomats when the missiles were already sent up in the air to hit Tehran. The foreign minister of Oman was mediating those talks, and he said publicly, I said this before, he said publicly, just hours before the first strike, that Iran had formally agreed to never adopt or to never develop nuclear weapons. Hours before, just hours before, they started bombing Iran. They started their war. The United Nations Special Rapporteur on Counterterrorism said it very plainly. He said, this is not self-defense. What the Americans are doing, what the Israelis are doing, it's not self-defense. The Security Council did not authorize it. Preventive disarmament, regime change, counterterrorism, preemptive attack, these are not legal categories for the use of force in international law. Those are international crimes of aggression. That's what those are. That's the legal term. It's a crime of aggression. That's what the U.S. did. America's own intelligence chief, he testified just months before this war that Iran was not building a nuclear weapon. They were not pursuing even a nuclear weapon. America's own people said that. Their own people told them that under oath. And then Trump got up and used the nuclear threat, so-called, as his justification for starting a war. Or else he said it was because he believed that Iran was about to attack them. He said Iran was about to attack us, or they were about to attack Israel. Again, this is not a legal justification. Not at all. Legal scholars have already called it exactly what it is. I can quote you, scattershot rationales. None of them amount to anything close to an international legal argument. That's not me saying that. That's not Shahid Bolson saying that. That's not even a critic of the United States saying that. That's the International Crisis Group saying that. And then beyond the question of whether or not they had a right to start their war, they didn't. But whether or not they had a right to do it, then there's the question of how they're fighting it. A girls' school hit with a Tomahawk missile, at least 185 people killed, mostly children. That's not collateral damage. That's a war crime. That's a war crime, according to the UN Charter, according to the rules that you signed up on, the rules that you wrote yourself. Since February 28th, over at least 1,400 Iranian civilians have been killed and 18,000 injured. You're talking about healthcare workers, physicians, nurses, doctors, teachers, mothers and fathers and children dead. Almost 100 killed per day and 1,000 injured per day without legal justification of any kind whatsoever and without provocation. A terror campaign, as Pete Hegseth himself said, a terror campaign of death and destruction rained down from the sky, launched in the middle of negotiations. That's savage and barbaric, and it's criminal by every civilized standard. That's the law. And that's what happened. That's what they've done. That's what they are doing. But let's not just talk about the current war, because the current war doesn't come from nowhere. It's not happening out of in a void. You understand? It comes from almost a century of lawlessness by the United States towards Iran that they never face consequences for. And I'm just talking about the U.S. and Iran, just the U.S. and Iran. Because if I'm talking about the U.S. and everyone else, my goodness, their criminal record is endless. Go back to 1953. Everyone already knows this. America and the UK orchestrated a coup against Iran's elected, democratically elected prime minister, Mohammad Mossadegh. He wasn't a communist. He wasn't a threat to anyone. He wasn't a threat to anyone, except that he nationalized Iranian oil. Oil that belonged to the Iranian people. It belongs to the Iranian nation. And for that, the Western democratic crusaders toppled Iran's...
Well, I got to say, I admire the way he can just orate like this. By the way, I also like the way he rolls his R's when he says Iran.
A democracy. And they installed a very ruthless, very vicious dictator, the Shah, whose son is right now dreaming that he's going to be installed himself over Iran. Okay? Illegal. The revolution of 1979 was not a spontaneous eruption of fanaticism in Iran. It was blowback. American made, yes. Every single issue with Iran goes back to that, And you're still so delusional that you think that you can portray that miserable period under the Shah with nostalgia, with his savak, with his security police, his secret police, and his torture chambers. And now his quisling son is wanting to reenact his father's American-backed dictatorship over Iran. And then you had the Iran-Iraq war, when America knew that Saddam Hussein was using chemical weapons against Iranian soldiers. He was using chemical weapons against them and against Kurdish civilians. America provided those weapons, those chemicals, and they provided the intelligence, they provided the satellite imagery, and they helped him to do it. They helped him to do it more effectively and more efficiently. 1 million people died in that war, 1 million. 1 million people. And America sat at the table with Saddam when he was their good friend. He was their good friend at that time until they decided to go after him next. They went after Saddam too. Mad dogs that they are. Okay? Illegal. All of this is illegal. None of this is allowed under international law. And then there was Stuxnet, which was a joint American-Israeli cyber attack against Iran's nuclear infrastructure. You think that's nothing. That's an act of sabotage. That's an act of war. It's conducted without any declaration of war. It's conducted without any authorization for war, without any legal basis whatsoever, completely illegal under every framework of international law. But it happened, and nothing happened to them for doing it. No recriminations, no consequences. And then you have the assassinations, the endless assassinations, the Israeli Mossad, which is just a wing of the American security services, year after year, killing Iranian nuclear scientists on Iranian soil. We're talking about civilian scientists, not soldiers, not commanders, not military people, civilian scientists, just normal men who went to work in the morning and never came home because they possessed knowledge. That's murder. That's nothing but murder. That's state-sponsored murder, targeted killing of civilians. And the world watched it happen. And the world pretended like it was justified because everyone has accepted America's designation of Iran as uniquely unfit to have a nuclear program. Meanwhile, America is the only country in history to ever actually use atomic weapons against anyone, twice. Something that they have never been held accountable for. They've never been held accountable for it. They've never apologized for it. They've never even admitted that it was a war crime. They never even admitted that it's a crime against humanity or a crime of any kind. They don't even think it's a misdemeanor. Oh yes, America's crimes against Iran have been going on for a very long time. It's been going on for a very long time. Now to bring it up to recent history, in 2024, Israel bombed the Iranian consulate in Damascus. That's a diplomatic facility protected under the Vienna Conventions, one of the oldest and most fundamental frameworks of international law that we're supposedly all in agreement on. The consulate is Iranian sovereign territory. If you bomb that consulate, you bomb Iran, and they did it, and nothing happened. Completely illegal, and nothing happened, no consequences. By the international order, so-called. No one cares. Because you're able to get around the law by means of your narrative. Once you designate someone, whether it's a nation, whether it's a people, whether it's an ethnicity, whether it's a government, or whether it's an individual, as evil or villainous or an enemy or what have you, for you, they have no legal rights. They have no legal protections. And you are no longer required to follow the law or obey the law with regards to them. You understand? I haven't even said anything about the decades upon decades of sanctions against Iran imposed unilaterally by the United States that blocked Iran's access to medicine, to food, to critical infrastructure, to development. That's collective punishment. That's what that is. That's what unilateral sanctions are. Nothing but collective punishment. That's the legal term. And it's against the law. Collective punishment is against the law. It means that the collective punishment of a civilian population. That's prohibited under international humanitarian law. Again, something we're all supposed to be agreed upon. But when America does it, they get to call it just political pressure. The slow economic strangulation of 90 million people, that's just political pressure. No, it's illegal. It's aggression. It's a crime. What do you think, that as long as you're not actively massacring people, that's about as nice as we can expect you to be? Subhanallah. Like suffocating someone is humane, and at least you're not carpet bombing them. We should be grateful for that. No, there's not grades of illegality. There's legal and illegal. So when I say that we condemn this war, understand the weight of what we are condemning. We're not just condemning a single military operation. We're condemning almost a century, almost 100 years of impunity for the United States in their treatment of Iran. We're talking about a system that overthrows governments. We're talking about a system that kills children in their own schools, a system that bombs consulates, that collectively punishes an entire population. We're talking about a system that starts a war during active negotiations and calls that somehow self-defense. Now, I've provided extensive analysis in several other videos about what I think are the geopolitical machinations that are going on, that are involved in what's going on. But none of that changes the fact, understand me, none of that changes the fact that this entire conflict is illegal. So we see it as it is, and we call it as it is, and we condemn it as it is, without qualification, without hesitation, without equivocation. But like I've said many times, our job as Muslims is to be witnesses, to be witnesses. So the same way that we will tell the truth about this, about America's criminality, factually and objectively, we have to talk that same way about Iran too. Because here's where a lot of people don't want to go when you talk about Iran, because Iran is being wronged by the United States. Yes, they are. And they have been wronged by the United States, like I say, for almost 100 years. So now you want to gloss over some of the ugly realities about Iran. Well, we can't do that. We can't do that. You want us to say, you know, America and Israel are the villains, and they are, and Iran is the victim, and they are in this situation. But that's not the whole story. Not at all. You know, people want to say that this so-called axis of resistance is righteous. They want to say that this axis of so-called resistance is noble, and anyone who says otherwise is a tool of imperialism. No, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But you are living in a narrative hallucination. That's not analysis. That's not analysis. That's ideology. That's sectarianism.
Wait, hold on here.
And it has cost.
I got to use that one. A narrative hallucination. I love it. I love it.
Hundreds of thousands of Muslim lives. So let me tell you about the blood that doesn't get counted in your narrative of the so-called noble resistance, the blood that's on Iran's hands. Let me tell you about the Muslims that Iran killed, because you ought to know. You ought to know and you ought to remember, because the region remembers. You understand me? The region remembers. And that's why your resistance narrative, so-called, doesn't resonate with anyone in the region. Because your so-called noble resistance fighters, in fact, in reality, operate exactly like colonizer auxiliaries, as far as anyone in the region is concerned. You ought to know this and understand it. So when you talk about how heroic they are, when you talk about how much you admire them and whatnot, all we hear is that you are a Western supremacist who hates the Muslims. That's what we hear when you say those things. And when we hear it from Muslims in the diaspora, in the West, then we know you are completely disconnected from your ummah. I mean, let's start with Iraq.
Wow.
Start with Iraq. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, they created a vacuum. In fact, they insisted on creating a vacuum. That was their whole plan. They did everything possible to create a vacuum. And predictably, and it was predicted, Iran moved in fast to fill that vacuum, faster than anyone. They funded, they armed, they directed, they organized sectarian militia groups, death squads. Death squads is the more accurate term. And they spent years hunting Muslims in Iraq, not insurgents, not fighters, Muslims in Iraq. Whole neighborhoods in Baghdad were ethnically cleansed by those militias. Imams, scholars, politicians, tribal leaders, fathers, mothers, children, abducted, tortured, executed under Iran's direction. In 2007, Iraq's most prominent Muslim politician, Adnan Ad-Dulaimi, he stood up in the parliament and he said, he called it for what it was. He said, what's happening in Iraq is an unprecedented genocidal campaign by Iranian-backed sectarian militias. That's what he called it. He called it a genocide campaign. He called it ethnic cleansing because that's what it was, ethnic cleansing. That's exactly what it was. Your Iran, your axis of resistance was behind that. Between 2014 and 2016, when Iran was trying to position themselves as the great defender of the Islamic world, an estimated 22,000 Iraqi Muslims were killed in sectarian violence by those same righteous axis of resistance sectarian militia killers. 22,000 in 2 years. The so-called Popular Mobilization Forces, the PMF, the Iranian-backed militias that were supposed to be fighting against ISIS, against Daesh, well, they were documented to have destroyed 345 civilian Muslim homes west of Mosul after retaking that area from ISIS. Investigators said that there was no apparent military necessity for doing that. The houses were gone because the Muslims lived there. That's why they did it, because that's where the Muslims were, because they wanted them ethnically cleansed because they didn't belong to their sect. And those people, those poor people had already suffered under ISIS, the tyranny of ISIS. And then they get ethnically cleansed from their own place, from their own neighborhoods, when you came in supposedly to liberate them. You came in to liberate them from ISIS, and then you expelled them from their homes and murdered them because they wanted them ethnically cleansed, because they didn't belong to your sect after they had already suffered under ISIS tyranny. I'm telling you, ISIS and PMF were just different brands of the same colonizer brutality. In Jurf al-Nasr, 3,000 Muslim homes were demolished. 7,000 Muslim families were displaced and were never allowed to return. Never, not until today, not allowed to return to their homes in their own country, because Iranian-backed sectarian militias decided that that land belonged to them now. Tell me how that doesn't sound exactly like Zionists. Doesn't that sound exactly like Zionists? Remember, we're talking about armed groups. We're talking about militias that Iran created. They set them up, they funded them, they armed them, and they directed them. By 2022, Iraqi Muslims who were not from the Iranian sect, they represented 90% of all prisoners in illegal detention in Iraq. 90%. 9,000 of them were on death row. In the same year that Iran was trying to present themselves at international forums as the champion of the oppressed Muslims in the world, the champion of oppressed Muslims everywhere, and you fell for it. Meanwhile, they are oppressing Muslims. They're oppressing Muslims in Iraq, they're oppressing Muslims in Lebanon, in Syria, and inside of their own country, inside of Iran. In 2023, the Speaker of the Iraqi parliament confirmed that Iranian-backed militias had kidnapped and had executed thousands of Muslim men and boys between 2013 and 2017. Thousands kidnapped and executed. Okay, that's their record in Iraq within just the last 10 years or so. And it's a criminal record and it's horrific. But then you can also look at Syria. Okay, everyone knows in 2011, the Syrians rose up against Bashar al-Assad. And everyone understands what they were rising up for, why they were rising up. Everyone understands who was rising up. It was the Muslims who were rising up, ordinary people. People who had been living under a very brutal Alawi dictatorship for decades, a sectarian dictatorship, and they wanted dignity. They wanted freedom. They wanted what all human beings want and what all human beings deserve. And Iran looked at that uprising and they made a calculation. They said Bashar al-Assad has to survive. Not because Bashar al-Assad was good, not because the Syrian people didn't deserve better, didn't deserve their freedom, but because without Syria, their land corridor to Hezbollah collapses. Without Syria, Iran's regional empire loses its geographic spine. So they poured in. Iran poured in. They poured Hezbollah in from Lebanon, poured in sectarian militants from Iraq, sectarian Afghani fighters who were recruited under desperate circumstances and shipped to Syria. The IRGC itself was directing operations on the ground. Billions of dollars, upwards of $16 billion between 2012 and 2020, they spent to just keep that vicious dictator in power over people who were begging to be free from him and who had every right to be free from him. What happened in Aleppo? Do you even remember? Iran's generals were celebrating it as a strategic victory. While the whole world was horrified by the civilian casualties, Iran's senior military aide to their so-called supreme leader went on television bragging about the so-called liberation that they had achieved. That's the word he used, liberation. I'm asking, liberation for who? For who? For the Muslim civilians who were being killed in their homes? For the Muslim families that were being starved in the suburbs that were completely besieged? Do you know that the United Nations Commission of Inquiry documented indiscriminate bombing in Aleppo? Indiscriminate bombing. In East Ghouta, a suburb of Damascus with 250,000 people, the forces of Bashar al-Assad, backed by Iran, backed by Hezbollah, laid siege until the people surrendered. They made them suffer until they surrendered, and more than 400,000 Syrians died in that war. Half the country was displaced. And the overwhelming majority of the dead, the overwhelming majority of the displaced was Muslims. Overwhelmingly. Iran didn't just fail to protect them. No, Iran was the one who killed them. Yes, they are. Iran's the one who killed them. And then you can look at Yemen. This is another one. This is another one that you all like to misrepresent when you talk about Iran. Yemen was already the poorest country in the whole Arab world. They were already fragile. They were already struggling. They were already suffering. And Iran took the Houthi sectarian movement that already existed. It was a homegrown political force. They had real grievances. I don't say that they didn't. They had real grievances, but they turned them into an instrument of Iranian regional power. Weapons, training, strategic direction, all flowing from Tehran. This marvelous axis of resistance. What was the result? A completely destroyed country, a humanitarian catastrophe, children dying of cholera, children dying of famine, not as the side effect of someone else's war. We're talking about as the direct consequence of a conflict that Iran actively engineered, actively sustained, and actively prolonged because it served Iranian strategic interests to keep a war burning with Saudi Arabia and the UAE on their border, on the southern border of Saudi Arabia. Now, I'm going to pause here because I know that you're going to be mad at me. I know you're going to be mad at me for saying all of this, all of this factual information. I know what you're going to say. I know what you want to say. But Iran supports Palestine. They support Gaza. The Houthis support Gaza. What are you talking about, Shahid? Yes, the Houthis have launched drones against Israel. Yes, they have. I don't say they didn't. They disrupted the shipping lanes in the Red Sea in support of Gaza. Yes, they did. They did that. They also massacred Muslims in Yemen. Iran supported Hamas. Yes, they did for a while when they were exclusively a fighting force, but they dropped Hamas the second that they became a government. And they dropped them when they refused to follow Iran's orders and go fight for Bashar al-Assad against the Muslims. They dropped them for that. And they did not support Hamas. They did not support Hamas and they did not support Gaza financially since almost 20 years ago. As I said before, Hezbollah, for example, that you all love, was not created for Palestine. It was created to try to gain control over Lebanon. And the Houthis were not supported because of any support that they had for Palestine. They were supported exclusively to gain control and to gain influence in Jazirat al-Arab. So let's be factual here. Let's tell the truth. Okay? Houthis launched attacks that impacted Israel. Hezbollah has done so as well. And also, both groups have slaughtered thousands upon thousands of Muslims. And furthermore, Hamas's unwillingness to slaughter other Muslims for the sake of Bashar al-Assad upon the orders of Iran, they got dropped by Iran over that. Look, Iranian posturing.
Well, I'm going to stop this right here because it was a premiere and it might still be going on. But the link is dropped if anybody wants to follow up. Like I said, I have to admire his oratory skills in spite of or despite, some stylistic things. I don't get wrapped up when people in 2026 maybe borrow a little bit. What's the term for it? I don't mind if they appropriate some culture. It's America. Why not? So I want to thank today's sponsor, at least so far, Ms. It's My Time. So thank you very much. This will all go towards a Saturday show, but I just want to thank you and I appreciate it. I enjoy having you in the audience. So we are going to move on. Oh, and by the way, support the show by supporting the host. It is the newspaper subscriptions, the YouTube subscriptions of there are a couple history YouTube pages that I'm a member of, etc. So it does add up, and all of it is just so I have multiple sources of information. I think I have as many conservative newspaper subscriptions as I do left leaning. So I try and keep it balanced at least. So anyway, let us move on. This is interesting. Israel urges Iranians to revolt, but privately assess they'll be slaughtered. Israeli officials told U.S. counterparts they hope for an uprising, even though it would lead to a massacre, according to a State Department cable reviewed by the Post. Oh boy, this is just becoming just really complicated. We're what? This is the third week and no revolt yet. Senior Israeli officials have told U.S. diplomats that Iranian protesters will get slaughtered if they take to the streets against their government, even as Israel publicly calls for a popular uprising. According to a State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post. The cable, circulated by the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem on Friday, relayed an Israeli assessment that Iran's regime is not cracking and is willing to fight to the end, despite the February 28 killing of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and the ongoing U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign. The regime killed thousands during the wide-scale anti-government demonstrations earlier this year. If large numbers of Iranians return to the streets, Israeli officials say the people will get slaughtered because the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Iran's principal military force, has the upper hand. Excuse me, according to the cable. The document's authenticity was verified by two State Department officials. Despite the grim forecast, Israeli officials said they hope for a popular revolt and urge the United States to prepare to support protesters if that happens, according to the cable. So Israel is urging us to support. Well, what are they going to do? How are they going to support? Oh man, this is not looking good. This is the tail wagging the dog, and that dog's name is Uncle Sam. All right, so we're gonna keep plowing through this news. We're gonna shift gears a bit. Palestinian activist Leka Cordia, released after a year in U.S. immigration custody. On Monday, Leka Cordia, a 33-year-old Palestinian woman, was freed after about a year in U.S. immigration custody at Prairie Land Detention Center, lawyers said. I have no idea where Prairie Land is. At Columbia University in 2024, Cordia was among roughly 100 people arrested during protests, later detained after a March 13, 2025 ICE check-in in New Jersey and flown to Prairie Land Detention Center. I assume this is Texas. At a Friday hearing, attorneys said her neurological condition worsened in custody and she was recently hospitalized for 3 days after a seizure at Prairie Land Detention Center. The government had appealed earlier bond rulings, but did not challenge the third, enabling Cordia's release. Dismissed and sealed protest charges followed, and cousin Hamza Abu Shaban said the family is overwhelmed with relief and gratitude after this past year's toll. So she has been released, and we're gonna move on to Cuba. Trump administration said to tell Cuba that its president has to go. They're already moving on from Iran, or queuing up Cuba after the imminent victory that's happening in Iran. United States has told Cuba that that for meaningful progress to be made in negotiations, President Miguel Diaz-Canel must step down, said people familiar with the talks. Oh boy. And this is interesting too. Trump muses over taking Cuba as island's power grid collapses after weeks of U.S. oil blockade. Yeah, Trump. Maybe he should have taken Cuba first and then done Iran. In hindsight, seems like it would have been a better order of events. So Cuba did have a total collapse. Let's listen to this, if it'll play.
On Friday, Cuba's president said no oil had been delivered to the island in the last 3 months. So how long could this massive blackout last?
That's really a question, because in previous years, when we've had blackouts like this that were due to the aging infrastructure here, they could last several days, they could last up to a week, but eventually the power came on for a while. In recent days, we've been seeing blackouts that last 16, 18, sometimes 20 hours. Now we don't know when the power will go back on, and that's really concerning because, of course, for Cubans who are not lucky enough, like us, to have generators or solar panels, that means the food will spoil in their fridges. They will not be able to work. They will not be able necessarily to go to school. Life was already slowing to a halt, and the concern is that this may be the time that everyone has been predicting, worrying about, where power simply will go out and not come back on. As you mentioned, there has been an oil embargo on this island, and so that means less public transportation, longer blackouts, also more protests. People have been taking to the streets, sometimes quite angrily, sometimes attacking government offices, because despite what the government says, they don't blame the U.S. so much as their own government for this energy crisis. And with this latest blackout, island-wide, people's tempers, once they'll begin, will be becoming more and more short as this crisis goes on longer and longer.
All right. Well, I don't know. If their power grid's still down, might be a good time. Their radars won't be working if there's no power, I guess. I'm assuming they're generators though, but never know. So Gregory Bovino, the dude who was the top border patrol person, I guess he was head of the goings on in Minneapolis. He is retiring, sources say. So let's listen to that. Let's see. Make sure the volume's on.
Minneapolis and many other cities.
Hold on, let me back this up if I can.
ABC News has just learned that Gregory Bovino, he's the head of the Border Patrol. He oversaw the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis and many other cities. He is retiring. What more have you learned?
Yeah, and his date for when that retirement is going to comes on the same day, coincidentally, as the last day that we expect outgoing DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to serve in that post. Remember, certainly, that Greg Bovino was somebody who was put in charge of the Minneapolis operation for a time, and then he was sidelined. He returned to an original posting in California when you had the border czar, Tom Homan, then put in place by President Trump, who was then asking that he take over conditions as we have seen them wind down some of the operations there. But Greg Bovino, we should point out, was eligible for retirement and was about a year away from when he would have stepped down from this position. But certainly he was somebody who was the face of much of the controversy that took place there in Minnesota.
Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party.
Oh, sorry about that.
We've made.
Let me pause this. I didn't watch this particular breakfast. I think it was, or some sort of luncheon. I think it was at the Kennedy Center. But I heard about it for sure. We may get to that. Afghan man who served alongside U.S. forces dies after less than a day in ICE custody, family and advocates say. An Afghan man who served alongside U.S. Special Forces and fled his native country after its takeover by the Taliban died over the weekend shortly after being detained by immigration authorities, according to his family and an advocacy group. Let's see. Mohammed Nazir Pakchawa. Oh my God. Paktiawal. Ooh, probably butchered that. Died on Saturday, less than a day after he was detained by Immigration and Customs Enforcement outside of his Dallas area apartment. His family said the 41-year-old father of 6 had no known health conditions and had been seeking asylum since his arrival in the U.S. in August 2021. Interesting. The Department of Homeland Security said his humanitarian parole expired last August. Wow. So let's see. I think I read that he was trying to get that reversed. Ooh, that's a picture of him. All kitted up. Let's see. DHS said in its statement upon entering the U.S., Paktiawal, I bet that's how you pronounce it, Paktiawal provided no record of his military service, but the advocacy group Afghan EVAC provided a certificate of service indicating Paktiawal served alongside a special forces group in eastern Afghanistan along the Pakistan border. We don't know how he died, said the group's president, Sean Vandiver. We just know he's dead. Wow. CNN has reached out to Fort Bragg, the military base where the Special Forces Group was based, to confirm Paktiawal's service alongside U.S. service members. Wow. Sorry to hear this. Wow. Yeah, there's some real problems in this Trump administration. And speaking of Department of Homeland Security and all that, Democrats demand DOJ investigation into Noam testimony on ad campaign and detentions. Oh man, a little too late, I'd imagine. But I can tell you right now, and I hope Democrats actually don't do this, but they're almost bound to do it because it'll be business as usual. If they do wind up taking over one or both houses of Congress, you're going to see all this time wasted investigating. And, maybe there'll be people who go, well, they should be investigating. I have mixed feelings about that. But we'll see how that goes. All right. And in additional Trump trouble with Democratic norms, judge ejects federal prosecutor from court and orders bosses to testify. Judge Zahid Karashi ordered a hearing on who had the authority to lead New Jersey's top federal law enforcement office. Wow. More trouble in New Jersey.
Judge ejects federal prosecutor from court and orders bosses to testify. This article is by Jonah E. Bromwich and Tracy Tully and read by an automated voice. A federal judge threw a top prosecutor from the New Jersey U.S. Attorney's Office out of his courtroom during a sentencing hearing this week and demanded that the office's leadership testify about who had authority over their actions, according to court documents. The rapid sequence of events on Monday in the courtroom of Judge Zahid N. Qureshi was the latest indication of growing tensions between the Justice Department and the federal judiciary in New Jersey. It came during the scheduled sentencing of a man who last year agreed to plead guilty to possession of child pornography. The hearing did not go as prosecutors had planned. Judge Qureshi grew frustrated with the office's head of appeals, Mark Coyne, who had not formally disclosed that he would appear, and fiercely interrogated a more junior prosecutor about whether the former interim U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba, still had some role in operating the office. Judge Qureshi eventually threw Mr. Coyne out. The judge then ordered the 3 leaders of the New Jersey office, who last week were found to be occupying their positions unlawfully, to appear next month to testify about their office's leadership structure. Attorney General Pam Bondi appointed the unconventional 3-person leadership team in December after Ms. Habba was disqualified. The leaders are Philip Lamparello, Jordan Fox, and Ari Fontecchio. Ms. Habba is now a senior advisor to the Attorney General and supervises U.S. attorneys around the United States. She has been in the New Jersey office in recent weeks. It is unclear why. Her presence alone would not be inappropriate or out of the ordinary given her position. It is unclear what motivated Judge Qureshi's questions. Asked for comment, Ms. Habba said she had absolutely no role in operating the office. "I'm not the U.S. attorney anymore," she said. "I left my post." She defended Mr. Coyne as an incredibly talented attorney, prosecutor, and appeals chief, and said that he should only be treated with the utmost respect. A spokeswoman for the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey.
Now, people may not realize Alina Habba has no experience, no prosecutorial experience before her appointment, and apparently she didn't get to do much while she was interim U.S. attorney. That she's supervising other offices smells like a workaround, a Trumpian workaround.
Did not respond to calls or emails. Mr. Coyne did not respond to an email or a call, and the Justice Department had no immediate comment. The clash in Judge Qureshi's courtroom comes at the height of a remarkable extended confrontation between the Trump administration and federal judges in New Jersey, who have accused the Justice Department of prioritizing its own personnel choices over public safety. Judges have warned that if the department continues to insist on installing the office's leadership illegally, the integrity of criminal cases will be threatened. Last week, the judge who disqualified Ms. Habba, Matthew W. Brann, found that the office's 3-person leadership team was unlawful. He wrote that President Trump's reliance on illegal maneuvers to appoint New Jersey's top prosecutors might mean that scores of dangerous criminals could have cases dismissed or convictions reversed, because the law would be in their favor. Judge Brann paused any effect of his own decision to give the government time to appeal, but it has yet to do so. The day after Judge Brann's order, Judge Qureshi asked the U.S. Attorney's Office if it wanted to delay the sentencing of the defendant who had planned to plead guilty to the child pornography charges, Francisco Villafane. Judge Qureshi said that if the government were not requesting a delay, the line prosecutor on the case, Daniel Rosenblum, would have to be prepared to answer questions about his office's leadership structure, sometimes referred to as the triumvirate. Mr. Coyne, a veteran of the office, accompanied Mr. Rosenblum, a relative newcomer, to the Monday hearing, but Judge Qureshi, upon determining that Mr. Coyne had no formal right to appear in the case, told him that he could pass Mr. Rosenblum notes but could not address the court. "I'm not going to hear from you, Mr. Coyne," he said. "If you want to sit there for moral support or hand Mr. Rosenblum Post-its or whisper in his ear, I'll let you do that as supervisor." The judge then proceeded to ask Mr. Rosenblum questions, first about the details of Mr. Villafane's plea agreement, saying that the prosecutor had operated without having all the evidence in hand and was preparing to agree to allow the defendant to serve significantly less time than guidelines suggested.
Wow.
"How did the screw-up happen?" Judge Qureshi asked. "Was it your office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, the FBI, or both? How did you execute a plea agreement without knowing all the evidence?"
No, I'm going to stop right there and let me go ahead and tell you how. And I've even done a short or two. It's incompetence. Okay. Incompetence. Well, I'm sorry. It's loyalty to Trump, loyalty to MAGA in lieu of competence. That's how Donald Trump is running this administration. So that there are incompetent Justice Department lawyers, it shouldn't surprise anybody, after a year of these cock-ups, especially in New Jersey. New Jersey, my God, it was, and apparently still is, a mess. So more Department of Justice. The DOJ appears to be contacting multiple states about overseas voting compliance, suggesting it's strictly reviewing how states handle voters abroad. You know what? That might be a little bit more appropriate for them to query. Let's see. What else do we have here? More Justice Department stuff. Justice Department asks Judge Boasberg to reconsider order quashing Powell, that's Jerome Powell, subpoenas. Interesting. Let's hear what Fox News has to say about this.
Pending appeal. Powell has been under investigation since
Oops,
late last
let me
year
reverse
by
this a little bit.
Janine Pirro.
Federal judge has quashed Justice Department subpoenas issued to the Federal Reserve in a blow to an investigation of Chairman Jerome Powell. That has prompted a fiery response from the U.S. Attorney for D.C. Correspondent David Spun has details for us tonight. Good evening, David.
Janine Pirro.
And this is welcome news for outgoing Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. A federal judge ruling just hours ago the DOJ's grand jury probe against him is politically motivated and essentially over pending appeal. Powell has been under investigation since late last year by U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro for his role in overseeing the contract, spending, and construction of the multi-billion-dollar renovation of the Fed's headquarters. President Trump says it's over budget. Someone needs to be held accountable. Judge James Boasberg granted a request by Powell's team to quash or essentially get rid of subpoenas as part of the investigation. Boasberg, in a scathing opinion released just hours ago, writes in part, a mountain of evidence suggests that the government served these subpoenas on the board to pressure its chair into voting for lower interest rates or resigning. But it's Pirro who says that she is appealing to a higher court. And here's her message to critics.
I am in a legal lane. All of the rest is white noise. I don't care what they say. I have a job. I have the ability to go into a grand jury. There are questions that the American public and people in D.C. are entitled to know.
Jerome Powell could stay at the Fed if he chooses after his term as chairman ends. You're looking at a picture of Kevin Warsh, President Trump's nominee to succeed Powell as the chairman. He's already preparing for a potential confirmation delay, with Republican Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina vowing to continue a hold on the nomination until the Powell investigation ends. Tillis tells Fox News, quote, "We all know how this is going to end, and the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office should save itself further embarrassment and move on. Appealing the ruling will only delay the confirmation of Kevin Warsh as the next Fed chair." Now, the Trump DOJ has criticized Judge Boasberg in the past repeatedly over the past year over his rulings against the administration's policies, specifically on migrant deportations. The president has even called for the judge's impeachment. No comment tonight, Shannon, from the Fed on today's ruling. Back to you.
We will keep tracking that case. David Spun, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, there, as the world turns. This is interesting. I had no idea that Eric Adams was still in legal trouble. So Mom Donnie moves to end city's defense of Adams in sexual assault lawsuit. My question is, why were city attorneys even involved in this? I guess you could say, well, hey, it happened while he was mayor, but I didn't even know he'd been so accused.
Mamdani moves to end city's defense of Adams in sexual assault lawsuit. This article is by Dana Rubenstein and William K. Rashbaum and read by an automated voice. Mayor Zoran Mamdani's law department on Tuesday sought a judge's approval to stop representing the former mayor, Eric Adams, in a sexual assault lawsuit brought against him in 2024. In a filing in state Supreme Court in Manhattan, New York City's Corporation Counsel argued that Mr. Adams should not be represented by the city because, contrary to the law department's earlier determination, he was not acting within the scope of his city employment when the alleged assault occurred.
Oh, wow.
Based on my review of new evidence since the original decision to represent him was made, I have determined that he is not entitled to representation by the city in this matter. Steve Banks, Mr. Mamdani's corporation counsel, said in a statement. Accordingly, the law department has asked the court to permit our office to withdraw from representing the former mayor. The lawsuit was filed in March 2024 by Lorna Beach Matura, a former employee of the Transit Bureau of the New York Police Department, who accused Mr. Adams, a former officer, of sexually assaulting her in 1993 after she sought career advice.
Oh, wow.
In the suit, Ms. Beach Matura said that Mr. Adams drove her to a vacant lot and sought oral
1993?
sex from her. When she refused, defendant Adams forcibly pushed plaintiff's hand onto his erect penis, and then, after she removed her hand, masturbated himself to completion and ejaculated on her, the suit read. A spokesman for Mr. Adams had no immediate comment. He has emphatically denied the sexual assault accusations in the past. The city's action on Tuesday is the latest indication that Mr. Mamdani, 2.5 months into his tenure, is systematically washing his hands of some of the various legal entanglements that defined his predecessor's term in office. In recent days, the Corporation Counsel has also sought to remove itself from 2 other cases involving Mr. Adams's allies, Timothy Pearson, one of the former mayor's closest aides and a defendant in at least 4 sexual harassment suits, and Jeffrey Madry, a top police official who was accused of demanding sex from a subordinate in exchange for hundreds of thousands of dollars in overtime. This is a developing story. Check back for updates.
Well, now, I guess Mamdani's doing the right thing, huh? All right. Well, this is more like local, state level news. This kind of made me do a double take too. Utah mother found guilty of fatally poisoning husband. I'm going to play this. This is fairly interesting.
Utah mother found guilty of fatally poisoning husband. This article is by Remy Tuman and read by an automated voice. A Utah mother of 3 who wrote a children's book about grief after her husband's death was found guilty of his murder on Monday evening.
Yeah, that is the part. This is like straight out of like a TV movie. So I'll let this play, but she wrote a children's book to help her children get over the death of their father. Wow.
Curry Richens, 35, was also found guilty of attempted murder, 2 counts of falsifying insurance claims and forgery in what prosecutors argued was a scheme for Ms. Richens to poison her husband, Eric Richens, 39, and inherit more than $4 million. She had also opened multiple life insurance policies on her husband without his knowledge, totaling about $2 million, prosecutors argued. Ms. Richens, who hung her head as the verdict was read, faces 25 years to life in prison. Her sentencing is scheduled for May 13th. The jury took less than 3 hours to deliberate after 3 weeks of testimony from 40 witnesses. Ms. Richens waived her right to testify, and her lawyers did not call any witnesses.
Wow.
About a year after Mr. Richens' death, Ms. Richens published Are You With Me?, a children's book she said she wrote to help her 3 boys process the loss, and promoted it on a local news station. Prosecutors said Ms. Richens, deeply in debt, killed her husband for financial gain and planned to start a new life with a man with whom she had been having an affair. On the day Mr. Richens died, Ms. Richens owed more than $3.1 million related to her house flipping business, court documents show. However, Mr. Richens, who owned a stone masonry business, had quietly put much of his estate into a trust under his sister's name. In closing arguments on Monday, the Summit County prosecutor Brad Bloodworth argued that Ms. Richens was an intensely ambitious person, with a plan to leave her husband and start a new life with another man. There was a way forward, Mr. Bloodworth said. Eric had to die. The case against Ms. Richens dates to March 3, 2022, when prosecutors said Ms. Richens spiked a cocktail with 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl, which had been purchased from a housekeeper, and served it to her husband while the couple was at their home outside Park City, Utah. They were supposed to be celebrating the closing of a real estate deal by Ms. Richens. Mr. Richens drank the cocktail around 9 p.m. About 30 minutes later, Ms. Richens said. She went to go comfort one of her sons, who was having a nightmare, according to court documents. Ms. Richens told prosecutors that when she got back to the couple's bedroom around 3 a.m., she found Mr. Richens unresponsive. Prosecutors said that weeks earlier on Valentine's Day, she had tried to kill him by poisoning his favorite type of sandwich with fentanyl. Mr. Richens became extremely ill that day but recovered after using Benadryl and an EpiPen, charging documents said. Afterward, Ms. Richens asked the housekeeper, Carmen Lauber, for something stronger, Ms. Lauber told prosecutors, specifically asking for the Michael Jackson stuff. The pop artist died in 2009 after his personal doctor administered a lethal mixture of the powerful anesthetic propofol and the anti-anxiety drug lorazepam. His death was ruled a homicide.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it right there. Wow. I would be very interested to know what Ruthless Truth would say about this particular story. I'm gonna see if I can't figure out how to get this story over to him. This took me by surprise. This news of today has really been shocking, even to me. So I don't know how many people here probably aren't old enough to remember Cesar Chavez. He was like a United Farm Workers. He was an activist, kind of like a civil rights leader, but for farm workers out in the Southwest and California in particular. And apparently, something's come to light, and the United Farmer Workers Union said it will halt celebrations of its founder, Cesar Chavez, amid what the union described as troubling allegations against the iconic Chicano figure. The union said in a statement released Tuesday, did not detail the accusations against Chavez, but said they were concerning enough for the organization to take action. Several events around the country honoring Chavez have been canceled in recent weeks. The claims against Chavez are incompatible with our organization's values. Some of the reports are family issues and not our story to tell or our place to comment on. Far more troubling are allegations involving abuse of young women or minors. Allegations that very young women or girls may have been victimized are crushing. We have not received any direct reports, and we do not have any firsthand knowledge of these allegations. Well, one thing I'm pretty sure of, he didn't get this stuff from the Epstein files. I think, pretty much predated that sort of stuff. So, let's see. Well, this is sad news. I don't know how many people were into spy novels when they were kids, but Lynn Dighton dies at 97. I can tell you right now, when I was, back in the late 70s, I guess, and all through the 80s, I used to read all his books. You could often get them, either at used bookstores, because he wrote a lot of them, or you could sometimes get them on sale at like Walden Books back in the day. Probably nobody's old enough to remember Walden Books either. But anyway, sad to see him go. I loved his spy novels. As a kid, I was into spy novels. everything from Ian Fleming to Frederick Forsyth, Lynn Dighton. And all these guys predated people like, what's his name? The guy who wrote all those Hunt for Red October. I can't think of his name, but I read him as well, but that was in the 90s. So anyway, sorry to see him go. So next up, this is actually kind of a departure from where I want to go. Today's theme is basically going to be, as the title of the show kind of suggests, one of the videos is a Coleman Hughes interview asking why black men go for Donald Trump or went for Donald Trump. Probably still do go for Donald Trump, in my experience. So the loneliness of the MAGA Black Part 1 is today. And Tom Clancy, yeah, that's right. Hey, MOT. And Part 2 will be tomorrow. So, but I want to play this. This was interesting. It popped into my algorithm as interesting things tend to do. Days in my life in Finland. Living alone diaries, grocery shopping, cooking, life of an introvert. How could I resist? Just so you know, I've never watched this lady before, so uh, I don't know whether she's African or American. I didn't even bother doing research, but we will find out at some point, I guess. Yeah, I may have to skip ahead. This music is driving me crazy. Bowling?
I throw you, Neymar. I gave you 7 points. Thank you so much.
Just say hi.
Wait a minute. This is Martha. This is Arne. This is Lucy. Debbie.
Oh my Lord. I would think I'm guessing Finland is far enough north that they have that during the winter, it's dark most of the day. Oh, okay. They do get daylight. Clean up what? Yeah, okay. Let's skip ahead a bit here. She's literally going to have us watch her cleaning toilets. We can't have that. And then she's making another meal. Oh my Lord. This is skipping way ahead.
And your address?
Wonder if they got Afro Sheen. All right, well, I don't know that it's worth. Yeah, this is just her, like, this is truly a day in the life. Oh, well, let's see. Let's have a look at this. Apparently, it's too cold to wear something skimpier. All right. Well, enough of that. We'll just move on to the main event here. We haven't watched Professor Black Truth in a while. This is called something about has the Hispanic vote made black voters irrelevant? And my answer is no, just depends on where you live. Not in Georgia.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. With this year's looming midterm election season, we're going to be subjected to an orgy of propaganda telling you and me that black voters don't matter, or at the very least, our demands don't. Expect that to be a running theme of the white media's coverage of various races, as they've been doing in Texas. They're setting the tone for what's going to be happening later this year. Joe Biden told us that we needed to make deals with other groups in this country, particularly with Hispanics. But my question is, did the Democrats ever tell Hispanics or any of these other groups that they need to be making deals with us, that they need to be coming to us for anything? They, of course, don't, because this is white power doing what it's always done, and that is to use buffer groups and barriers as a means to insulate itself against black people because we're the only ones putting pressure on them. What's happened with the black grassroots has outlasted other things like the BLM protests. What they see is the black grassroots putting pressure on these white politicians, pointing the finger at them and putting them on the spot. They see that we're no longer going for the con game of letting these bought and paid for sellouts be our representatives. We're not letting them run that game where some bootlick from the DNC claims that they're going to go to the government and say what it is that we think, and we just need to wait until they bring about some changes. But in the meanwhile, America's the greatest country on earth, and black folks, well, we got it hard, but it's better than it's been in the past. We ain't going for that. And we're not listening to these pork chop preachers or these other political prostitutes that have been on the payroll of white power either. We're ignoring the buffers and the barriers. That's what they're seeing. We're not going for the okie doke. And while it's true that these other groups aren't the ones running white supremacy necessarily, it's also true that they've chosen to be active supporters of it, to be adjacent to it. The things that they claim to stand for and the things they claim to stand against are usually nothing more than socio-political theater. It's them performing for the dominant society and letting them know, hey, see, look at us. We're waving the flag for your interest harder than you do, so please accept us. Well, that being the case, why would we allow a wrinkled up racist like Joe Biden to tell us who we ought to be talking to about our demands, as if somehow we got it wrong? What he was saying was, you got to let up on me. You're pressuring me too much. You back me into a corner. You need to go talk to somebody else. You're putting too much heat on me. You see, family, when our focus changed, so did the political discourse. And don't let anyone tell you that they can't do anything big for us right now because, oh, they're scared that they're not going to get Congress back. There's always some reason, some excuse. It's always a major election that's either going on this year or they're preparing for it the next year. That's the treadmill they've had us on. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, well, these guys, you can't be making any big asks right now because the situation is just too sensitive. Democrats have carried out a government shutdown, the second in the last few months. And why have they done it? Because 2 white people got killed. They gave the black victims of police and white supremacist violence a moment of silence and nothing more. They just went back to business as usual. But 2 white people get killed. Well, in that case, then something has to be done. They want to make it clear that for white people who get killed, the world, or at least the U.S. government, must come to a complete stop, because that's important. White lives, and only white lives, matter. Keep in mind, you've even got the left-leaning part of the white media admitting that this current government shutdown, I mean partial government shutdown, is because the Democrats are deliberately holding up the funding of the Department of Homeland Security until they can extract some concessions about how ICE operates. That's what they're doing. Playing with people's paychecks, playing with sensitive and important governmental functions. You've even got the airports that are all backed up because of it. This is what the Democrats are doing, and they're fearless about it. Oh, yeah, we're supposed to believe that the Democrats are chewing their fingernails off, wondering if they're going to be able to get back control of Congress. They're not worried at all. This current government shutdown proves it. They're doing this during an election year, and they know that this is going to cost them votes, and yet they don't seem to be worried about that at all. Same way that the Republicans were not worried about voting to have gay marriage be legalized. Republicans supported that in 2020 when you had Donald Trump running for re-election, and yet that didn't seem to bother the Republicans at all. You see, the contempt for black life isn't some coincidence. It's the entire point. This is them establishing what's important and what's not. There's been an aggressive effort going on for the longest time to convince Black people that our vote doesn't matter, or it doesn't matter so much that we ought to be ignored. Oh, well, look at this group over here. This group, they've got all this rising political clout. You see, it's their opinions that matter. We got to go ahead and produce for them. We can't be bothered about Black folks and their demands. There's much more important things and more important groups that we need to be paying attention to. But the reality is they're actually trying to convince you to become apathetic. They're trying to find a way to coerce or otherwise trick you into going back to sitting on your hands while they run roughshod over you. This is about demoralizing this newly resurgent Black empowerment movement. Black people in general and foundational Black Americans in specific have no idea how truly powerful that we are. But the enemy understands the basics of these principles. There's a number of social scientists and would-be pundits out there who people have been looking to as experts on the issues of the day. Some people reference folks like Scott Galloway. Galloway is, in my opinion, extremely overrated. I'm using that in lieu of another term that would be more direct and more accurate. I've listened to his pearls of wisdom, and it seems to me that the man's a professional BS artist. His background is in marketing. That's what he's a professor of, by the way. That's what he's actually qualified to speak about. He should limit his analyses on society to macroeconomics and disruptions to the supply chain, things he's actually qualified to speak about. And yet, for some reason, the white media and a bunch of podcasters will have him on to speak on things that he clearly has no qualifications to speak on. I guess that's because he says the right things, or he makes sure not to say the wrong ones. He certainly doesn't say anything that's going to give Wall Street any heartburn. I don't listen to him. In fact, I don't put much stock in what most of these so-called experts say. Hell, if these people actually had anything actually worthwhile to say, they would have people from the white media and the dominant society attacking them morning, noon, and night, or just refusing to put them on altogether. Okay, so what do overrated experts sanctioned by the white media have to do with anything? Ever since the beginning of the Iran war, certain white podcasters and the algorithm have been really pushing this one guy in particular, Professor Jiang Hui Chen. I'm not here to endorse him. From what I've seen, this man's degree is in English literature.
There's your buddy,
I would have
Ryan.
expected that he had a degree in political science or geopolitics or global economics, international relations, things like that. I'm not saying that not having a degree specifically in a field that you're speaking on means that you shouldn't talk on it. People like the now infamous Noam Chomsky has a degree in linguistics, and yet he's spent 50 plus years speaking not on words and their associations, but instead speaking on geopolitics.
Yeah, Ryan, Fred is right. Dude, this guy beats the shit out of Jim Clyburn. Oh boy. Acting like this guy's a Democrat, you might want to keep your powder dry on that one, Ryan.
I simply want to point out that this guy, Professor Jiang, a Chinese-Canadian professor who's getting so much attention right now, he said something that I've been telling you for nearly 20 years.
The real power, the real currency in the world is not money. It is human consciousness. Or basically attention. Okay? This is it, guys, okay? When you understand this idea, you understand everything. This war is being fought to control the consciousness of the human race, because it is our consciousness that creates reality itself. That's the source of all wealth and all power in this world. Okay? That's why this is happening. In other words, this is a war not just for Iran. This is a war not just for the Middle East. It is a war for the soul of humanity. This is what's happening, guys. All right? This is what World War III is. World War III is meant to be the last and final war of all human history. Because whoever wins this war will control the very soul of human existence for all of eternity. Okay? That is the end game.
The real currency of this world is not money. It is human consciousness, or attention, as he put it. Because that is basically what creates reality. It's certainly what creates the ability for power to move and to actually change things. What people see as worthy.
Okay.
How you been?
Stop right here.
All right.
Oh, nothing
Who's
much.
talking? Is it? No. Is
This
this
guy's,
Professor Black Truth?
it is.
Yes, you shouldn't even be listening to him or even comparing him to
Oh,
anything.
really?
It's obvious him and
I
Jason
find it.
Black is the same person. All right, so here's the thing. To grifters like Professor Black Truth and his, kind of like Shock G and Humpty Hump, it's the same fucking person, right? So it is okay. So for him, experts, because Professor Black Truth is not an expert in anything, not even black. He doesn't even live in a black functional area. He's not part of the actual functional politic at all. He doesn't fight for black progress. He fight for black stagnation. Let's get that out of the way. Any expert in any field takes away from his power. So he's talking about the power of the guy who's a professor, but he knows that having any expert move in to actually talk about things takes away from his power as a person.
I don't know.
Any type of
I tend to listen to him because I listen to everybody. I think he's every now and again he says something really funny, but I listen to everybody. And then I mean I don't take him very seriously, mainly because I've never heard him take a side. It's almost like he
no,
just
and that's the thing.
fires off at everybody.
He does the same thing. Yeah,
Right.
but that's the thing about black people who don't take a side. If you don't take a side,
Right.
then you have no medium
Yes.
to actually
Yep.
have progress yourself. So,
Well,
so
not
the only
only
reason why
that,
they have
you
power,
can't.
yeah,
It's a form of not taking responsibility. Okay, you know that from being in the
that's ultimately
military.
what it is.
Exactly. You know, in the military, that saying, you got to make a choice, even if it's the wrong one, but make a choice. That's
Yes.
what these guys don't do.
Yeah.
So I understand. I understand who and what he is, but every now and again he'll say something interesting, and if nothing else, uh, I do get
Now,
a chuckle or two.
and here's the thing.
He's
That
got
doesn't
a
mean
thing
his
with
commentary is
language.
wrong. That commentary is wrong. I'm just saying commentary should lead to some type of action, which he's not interested in ever.
Right. Well,
And this is what
like I said,
keep
I've
these people
never.
in the position of where they're at.
Well, I mean, it's kind of a pox on both your houses, except there are only two houses pretty much in American
Yes.
politics. And the problem is you've got to take a side. And this thing about not voting as a third alternative, I
Nah,
find
it's
that
not even a
really
side.
weak sauce. Couch voting, I find, abhorrent, to be honest.
I mean, but it's couch non-participation. It's not like there is no way that you're gonna. Okay, well let's look at the Cleveland Browns. How's the Cleveland Browns is going to mismanage their actual draft picks to actually win in the Super Bowl? It's not. There's no way for you to get to the actual end goal. But if the end goal of yours is to keep everything the same, then you won't take a side. Period. And you'll leave things just as the way that they are, which is what they're interested in. And most people don't even know that most of these people, like to a fault, people think that, oh, I only listen to somebody who's black. But what happens when all the people that you listen to are full of shit and black? Then what?
Well, Dawn says hello.
Yo, what's going on?
All right, well, we'll hear him out, and then we'll get to some good stuff. Our
Now, I'm just
our
saying,
buddy
To give their
like his commentary can be spot on. This commentary does to any type of progression, regardless of where he's at, make his commentary pretty useless and weak after a while. After you catch on to just want to pontificate about anything that's wrong, they don't want to move toward any type of solutions, which is bad overall.
attention to, because those are the things that they actually get behind. Those are the things that they actually believe. For nearly 20 years, I've told you that it's your eyeballs and your ears that the enemy has been fighting to control. That's the real prize that they've all been fighting for and putting all this money out there and killing people for, trying to find a way to keep your attention and keep it focused on what they want you to think about. That's why the enemy puts so much time and money into pumping out propaganda and so-called entertainment that's nothing more than mass mind control. And it's your mind that they're trying to control. And you need to understand that. A lot of folks want to make this into a numbers game. Oh, well, black folks, your numbers, don't you think that your numbers are in decline? Now, to be sure, numbers do matter. Only an idiot would say it doesn't matter if there's only one person out there against a million. But what's just as important as the numbers is whether or not those numbers are organized and focused. The white media is out here trying to conjure magic. They're trying to find a way to convince you out of whole cloth that there are these other groups, like, say, the Hispanics, who are going to be some sort of swing vote. That could never be the case. First of all, they think of themselves as honorary members of the oppressor class, and that being the case, they could never actually form a swing vote. They're going to go whole hog with one or the other. And the entire point of a swing vote is it could go either way. And if some group is going to be promoting itself as a swing vote, they have to be able to prove that they can consistently turn out and be able to swing an election in a particular direction. And it's not going to be based on, well, what somebody said this week, or how do you feel about your favorite entertainer? What did they say? We've seen Democrats try this before with other groups. When you had that guy Yang, who was claiming that it was Asians who made the big difference in the Senate elections in Georgia back in 2020. You know, the ones that got Raphael Warnock and that John Ossoff guy put into the Senate. But as always,
No
it
one
was the
said
black
that.
vote that actually made the difference, as was shown 4 years later when black voters stayed home and Georgia flipped back red again, because it wasn't the Asian vote that was a swing vote. It was, as always, the black vote. People can hide their heads in the sand, but on election day, they'll be screaming and fuming. But I show you the clip from this Jiang guy just to make the point that even at moments like this, you got people from these other groups, they understand how powerful it is when you have folks who are focused on something that's in their interest and they're not taking their eye off the ball. They understand that the attention that you give to things is what gives it power. And that's the reason why you got all of these other groups, all these other entities who are constantly trying to convince you that it doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you're focused on. You don't have the ability to change anything. And yet these exact same people will be fuming, raging, and quaking in their boots when they see you actually dig in your heels and put your foot down about something. Do not ever let any...
I wonder if he knows that Professor Zhang, he's either in Canada.
I think he's in Canada.
He's not. Yeah, he's not.
I think he's in Canada.
What does he have to do with this? I'm
But
curious.
again, the overall narrative, he's talking about himself. He understood if black people were actually focused on change, they would just simply participate and leave these shit artists alone and focus on their local. But see, most black people don't want change. They have embodied the actual condition as part and parcel of the black experience. And they expect everybody else to fix society for them before they can get involved with anything. So I'm just telling people it's easy just to move away from these people, leave them where they actually lay at, and actually move to a liberal area that actually functions and works, get the actual training that you can actually need, so that way you can move back to these backward areas or even the South with some level of productivity, so that way you could be able to survive down there. That's all I'm saying. Because listening to these online pontificators is not going to get it done for you.
Well, I'm also a little confused about, I hear a lot about tangibles. No, I'm trying to figure out.
They're not interested in
Well, I assume they mean usually I know when Professor Black Truth says tangibles, I believe he's talking about reparations. And
yeah, but he wants something that he don't have to fight for, so that way he can walk away from the table once he get everything that he wants. And I don't want anybody like Professor Black Truth or any of these people who don't participate in the process to get any level of reparations ever. I don't want you getting shit. You're going to participate in this process and you're going to make the country better. And if you're going to do that, nobody's going to cut you no fucking check. Remember, you're going to need 30% of the entire country to agree with you. And if you're limited to these liberal areas in conservative states, then it just ain't gonna happen. Regardless of how bad you artificially make stuff for yourself, nobody's gonna come in with a rescue plan for reparations for you just to fix you when whites can't even afford shit. Why would they just do that for you? But look, once you start, raining on people's dreams and they start calling into question how much time they wasted on these such BS artists, dude, you could have been got your shit together and moved past these people. You could have been doing that. It's not hard.
Right. Well, let's see. What else do we have here? Next up is my buddy Coleman Hughes, who I have not watched in
Oh
quite some
God.
time.
What do you
Well, I gotta know. I like to his show is What's Driving Black Men Towards Trump, and I just gotta know. I know Glenn Lowry has some buyer's remorse. Uh,
I mean,
to be
anybody with
honest,
sense has buyer's remorse. Like, okay, Fuentes is moving away from
Welcome to
him.
another episode.
Most people on the right is moving away from, but black men are moving towards. Make that
right.
make sense. The thing is,
But here's
they don't have to talk about policy. Part
but
of
here's
political
the deal.
conversation, which is what these
When I
people
saw
always
the
wanted.
title, I was like, was this from 2 years ago? This is 2 days ago. So I had no clue that black men were still going for Trump.
No.
So
This is an online thing. This is not an in-person thing. This is an online pontificator media movement of being for Trump. You can't go to any black city and call yourself a black Trump supporter and get your ass whooped. You're not walking in no black barbershop with a red hat on. This shit ain't happening. And they kick your ass in a heartbeat. So all this
right.
online Trump support, it is literally online. And none of these people who quote unquote call themselves a Trump supporter, they don't even know the history of conservatism that they call a part of. They still think the parties didn't switch. They still think all other type of nonsense. And it's like, dude, listen, get your stuff together, away from these people. Don't date the women who actually think like this as well. Just as dangerous as the men, probably even more dangerous than the men. Just move away from them. Get your stuff together. Be an actual American citizen. Go for the highest standards, and you'll be just fine. You don't need this black talk. It literally leads to not good outcomes.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he's got to say. Like I said, I remember Coleman Hughes was Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter were kind of like his mentors when he was a senior. They kind of started kind of mentoring him back when he was either a junior and senior at Columbia. And he was, in my opinion, he was kind of a dud back then. And he
but you gotta
basically
understand the right
started
wing love hearing
writing.
this.
He made Coleman Hughes basically considered himself more heterodox, which in my opinion, most of those heterodox guys, it's a synonym for confused or can't make a choice. But he started writing for I forget, I think he writes for what's her name? Damn it, I can't think of her name. The one who is now like head of CBS News. I can't think of her name. She's the former New York Times writer who quit.
No, it wasn't her. No,
I forget
it
her.
blanks me on the
I'll
name as
think
well.
of her
I don't
name
know.
in just a second. But he basically, Coleman Hughes in college wrote for City Journal, which is kind of like the newspaper arm of the Manhattan Institute. Glenn Lowry was a member of the Manhattan Institute. Believe it or not, John McWhorter at one point in time was a fellow there. I guess they were too far right for him. So I notice now this particular podcast is now sponsored by the Free Press, which is
But
what's her
this is
name?
what I'm saying. You have to realize They're always sponsored by big money, and that's how
Right.
they get name and their word out. It's not like they go and debate people. They do everything else but
Yeah,
debate their
Barry
actual
Weiss.
ideas.
Yeah, Barry Weiss is
Oh
her name.
boy.
Yeah, she's a real, in my opinion, she's an intellectual weirdo. Um,
Yeah, she is.
all these people pretend to be, heterodox, or, hey, I'll listen to both sides just for the conversation, and
Yeah.
steel man your argument, or star man your argument. These guys are really, really right wing, and they just can't.
They
I
are.
don't know why they pretend they're not. I've never been able to understand that.
No, do is they crowd the middle. It's a fake middle. Like there's nobody
Exactly.
who's middle of the road in this country, because Susan Collins is in Maine. Um, John McCain was in Arizona, and Bernie Sanders is in Vermont. Even independents has to caucus with a party, so there's no true independent
Right. Yeah.
in
Yeah.
this country.
Right.
Yeah. So when someone says that they're independent, I'm like, okay, where do you live? End of discussion. You're a liberal. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
So let me go ahead and start this. I need to go clear a microwave alarm here. Be right back. I'm listening now.
Episode of Conversations with Coleman. My guest today is Asted Herndon. Asted is a journalist who has focused on election coverage for the New York Times as well as for CNN. His journalism has won several awards, and he's recently joined Vox, where he is a podcast host and an editorial director. In this episode, we talk about how Trump's win in 2016 shaped both of our political outlooks. We disagree on the extent to which Trump's first win was motivated by racism. We talk about why Black voters have been moving to the right. We talk about Mamdani's recent victory in New York City. We discuss his views on Israel, his pivot away from defund the police, his views on rent control, and much more.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
So you've been a much celebrated and award-winning journalist for some time now. I think you joined New York Times in 2018. Is that right?
I did, yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, and I guess I'll wait for it.
Award winning. What
Well,
award did he win? 2018?
I'm trying to figure out where they're getting the idea that blacks are moving to the right. I
Like I
haven't
said,
heard
it's
that.
an online social media movement, because can none of these clowns ever talk about conservative policy or
Well,
conservative
let me put
history that led to them doing that?
Let me put it to you this way. If it's some of the clowns that I hear on some of these YouTube panels, the
Of
right
course
can
it is.
have them. Some of these guys, I had to get after a couple guys today. It's like, dude, y'all are just talking shit. And as soon as anyone challenge your preconceived notions, they
Over
want to
with.
get all
Over with.
mad. It's like, dude, Stanley,
Because at
you're
the end of the
interrupting.
day, the thing is, they're just cosplaying, because there are no social consequences to that. Because people still live in areas, Stanley. These people haven't moved from these liberal areas. Oh, I'm a recent convert to conservatism. Where do you live? Cleveland. Okay. Where do you live? New York. Where do you live? Atlanta, Baltimore, Kansas City, St. Louis. I'm like, okay, so you had political epiphany, but you still want to live around all this liberal work and stuff. Okay. Okay, bro. Okay.
Look, these guys, well, Ryan says maybe it's the votes in 24. Trump gained black males. There was still like what, 86%, 85% of black males voted against Trump. So what? You had you
Like,
you
like,
gotta these guys, it's like Trump and his mandate. He had a mandate. He thinks he has a mandate because he won all 7 swing states. If you
yeah, but
go
he
and you
won
look,
about 1% or more, and it's like the black men that they got. You can't claim black men helped him win any single solitary state by the
hey,
percentage
hey,
that they voted for
let
him
me
for.
hey, all I have to ask is where's the tangible? Okay, the one
Yeah,
black
they
cabinet
get.
member
What did they get? What did they get?
the one black cabinet member that they got is in that traditional black that traditional black cabinet position of HUD.
Yeah,
dude, Trump took a fucking neurosurgeon, like a groundbreaking pediatric neurosurgeon,
and
and
stuck
put
him his head of
him
HUD.
in housing and urban development, the black job.
Where he giving contracts to mostly white podcasters and was not doing shit for black people
dude,
in that job
dude,
that was there.
dude,
Fuck
he
out of
didn't
here.
even take Ben Carson and put him in charge of health and human services. He put an
Didn't even do it.
MD, a neurosurgeon, in charge in charge of a
A brain surgeon
non-medical dude.
position.
But no, no one ever takes the time to think about that. You put a fucking brain surgeon
And head HUD.
in charge of, dude.
Housing and urban development.
So I don't, there's your Ryan, there's your more black men voted for Trump, possibly like the one of the smartest black men in the country got put in charge of Section 8.
Yes. No shit. And that ain't racist at all, is it?
And you were there for many years, and recently you left the New York Times and joined Vox. And so before we get into the issues you've been covering Mamdani a lot lately, and I want to dig into that. But before we get there, can you give my audience a short sense of who you are, where you're from, how you got into journalism?
Yeah, no problem. I have been a newspaper reporter my whole life until a couple weeks ago. I was originally, I'm from Chicago. I went to college in Wisconsin and taught kids for a second, and then became an education reporter. And then as I had done some like internships and small stuff in school, I joined the Boston Globe after college, and initially was like a crime, murders, fires, classic newspaper first job, and also covering kind of local politics. At the time, Boston was changing a lot, and they were kind of building to a city council or a mayor's race that, ends up being irrelevant because Donald Trump won in 2016, and it changed everybody's life. And so after the 2016 election, I got moved to DC. I spent the first couple years covering Trump from Washington before joining the Times in 2018. I had been one of the lead Times reporters on presidential cycle since then, was the Elizabeth Warren reporter, Kamala Harris, did a lot of Trump rally and kind of Trump voter coverage too. And then most recently, I wrote a profile of Zohran Mamdani for the New York Times Magazine. The last thing I did, and that was the last thing I did. And so I'm coming to Vox most recently to start a new podcast here, and also to just try some different things, and I think try to expand my journalism to a different language.
Okay, cool. So I know that your journalism has focused on basically talking to real voters, and rather than trying to impose what elites think they think, to just hear them out in their own words. And so you've done pieces where you go up to Trump voters and ask them just simple questions. Why don't you like Kamala? Why do you like Trump? And the way you cover them seems to allow their words to take front and center, as opposed to what elites sort of think impose on them. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah, to me, that's been my goal. And I think that's necessary in terms of election coverage. I mean, part of my formative experience is coming out of 2016 and really getting a sense that parties, that kind of media elites, and I wouldn't even just say elites, but I would say just like the people with the most power in Washington had no real pulse on where the country is going. I think that was true on the Republican side with Donald Trump's rise. I think that was true on the Democratic side. And so it really kind of informed my experience that to track where changes in the country were being felt, to track kind of where politics was going, that requires a lens that's bottom up more than top down. And so my work has included certainly talking to elected officials and doing the kind of insidery stuff, but I don't think that's the fullness of it. And so part of my goals has been also to let people into the process who are ignored. And in doing so, I think it makes you much more prepared for election results. I'm not trying to predict who's going to win or lose, more so than I'm trying to have you armed with the information that can let you know, no matter what the result is, why that could have happened. And so that's, I think, a different effort, but to me, a much more news honest effort, and one that's much more based in letting people speak for themselves than imposing what we think they believe or using poll numbers to explain it away.
Right. In 2016, when Trump won, I was the picture of a clueless liberal elite that was blindsided by Trump's victory and very upset by it. I mean, I may have told this story on the podcast before. It's not something I'm proud of, but it was part of my, I guess I was 20 years old. And it was so obvious to me that Hillary was going to win. And I voted for Hillary. But it was so obvious that on election night, and keep in mind, this is shortly after Trump had made comments about Mexicans. They're not bringing their best, they're rapists, etc. So me and my Mexican friend, in order to celebrate Trump's loss on election night, we cooked Mexican food while watching the election results. Like just as like a fuck you to him.
I mean, dude, I wouldn't say you were alone in that.
Do you know how fucking lame and uninteresting that story is?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's fucking stupid. Like,
dude, this
like he's trying to make himself look self-deprecating. Like, oh yeah, well, I was this liberal elite who was just turned around. Like, no, a paid stenographer. You were the voice of these idiots out there. Your so-called coverage since 2018, there has been no real journalism since Trump got elected in 2016. The only thing that you could do as a real journalist is kiss white Republicans and rich people's ass. That's the only thing you could have done in journalism since 2016. Yes, they don't have a space for you right now. Really not needed. So that's why he's over there. Like, listen, man, the right wing, fund is hard and it's going to stay that way.
Well, I think the problem is, Coleman Hughes is the black version of Elmer's glue. It's just, kids can imbibe a little Elmer's glue and survive it. He's pretty tame. He'll never be a Charlie Kirk.
Assumptions were true on all points. I'll tell a media story. I was working.
What?
Never see him debate because you can do.
I've seen him debate before.
No, but I'm talking about ongoing. Like he will go on there and have this type of conversation with so-called opposition. I think these people should be debating these right-wing issues all the time. Like this whole fake middle stuff, it's really damaging what it means because it allows for straight up conservatives, dollar funded conservatives, pretend like they're in the middle when they're clearly not in the middle. That's why
all I have to say, the only time I've ever seen Coleman Hughes get animated is going after Ibrahim X. Kendi. He was all afire wanting to debate Ibrahim X. Kendi, and Ibrahim X. Kendi just basically told him, "Who are you?" I'm a PhD at major university, like my politics or not. I'm not going to be debating some kid, right out of college. And
No, and neither should he, because the victory, because
exactly.
when that has happened, there's no panel moderation, and then it just turned right wing type trolling the left wing
Well,
guy
it
type
was
shit with no
gonna be
panel
one of
moderation.
these. Have you ever seen like one of these? It wouldn't. I'm not saying it would have been Pang Burn exactly, but it would have been one of these big things where they want to fill an auditorium. It would have been. I don't know if you've ever seen like Jordan Peterson debate Sam Harris,
Yes.
where they sell
Yeah,
tickets
yeah,
and it
yeah,
winds up
yeah.
being. That's what
Yeah.
basically they wanted. And it was Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter again putting him up to it. And he just basically said, no thanks.
And you want to know why a
I
person
think
would
that was
say
a
no
good
thanks to
decision.
that? And you know why a person would say no thanks to that? Because as soon as you do that, you'll never be able to not doing that. Because if you're gonna have true
Right, yeah.
opposition, you got to go for the throat and jugular, but you can't be paid to have a fake platform and call yourself some type of opposition. He knows that. Where he's at, it would take a lot away from his credibility if he were to do that. It's almost like some politician debating somebody who claims to be on the right in the manosphere. Be a loss for that politician to even get onto
Well,
a
I
panel.
mean, he's running some sort of, I think he's still at Boston University. He was running some sort of like think tank. And there was a big, Ibram X. Kendi, there was a big like money scandal or something. And again, Glenn Lowry and John McWhorter were all over it. They were basically gloating. Well, it turns out Ibram X. Kendi had either the money was accounted for or Ibram X. Kendi had
It was accounted
nothing to
for.
do with it. It was accounted
No,
for.
no.
Okay,
Both of those
so
things were actually true. No, both of those things were true, and it just shows you the opportunism of trying to.
yeah.
Because no matter what would have been said, that would have been the talking points of the entire conversation. Like he would have came there for one debate, but all of this points would have been about that scandal. And then the whole right wingosphere, because they don't really care about facts or logic or anything else. They just would have say, oh, he just got and it's like, why would you walk into that when you could just dodge all of that by just not even showing up to the actual thing? Because
where are
that's
you getting
exactly
your
what it would have
information
been.
from, MO2? I want to ask. When you
Wait,
say
hold
right
on,
wing,
what? Whoa!
I have a question.
You can't say
No.
hi.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I came in. I jumped in too early. Okay. Sorry. No, I'm just wondering. He was saying that. Well, you're saying that the
Information
media
about
is
what?
very right wing, and
It
I
is
mean, I have to.
very much so.
I mean, how so?
Profit driven.
Why is? I mean, you don't think the Democrats are profit driven?
No, they don't. They're not profit driven.
Okay, so I mean, you don't think that? Come on.
No, I don't.
Kamala Harris
You're going to
raised
bring.
$1.5 billion.
I know, and she still didn't get elected.
But okay, the point is, both parties are profit driven.
No. Everybody doesn't profit off of oil.
So you're saying both parties don't support oil? You're right. One party supports environmental causes, which are now laced with plenty of perks. All the automakers are in on EVs. Everybody's in on EVs. So if you look at open sources, who is a Soros-funded thing, so I would say it's not like a right-wing funded thing. No,
Here we go,
hear me
George
out.
Soros.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm not, okay, MOT, just hold on, just listen. What I'm saying is, I would say it's non-biased. Can we agree that open sources is legitimate?
No.
Why not?
Open secrets. I'm not sure who open sources is, but open
that's it.
secrets.
Whatever the hell.
.org.
Open secret. Yes.
Yeah, opensecrets.org is non-biased. But at the end of the day,
thank you.
you can't say you can't say the right wing is not profit driven. They are profit driven. Okay.
So
you
have a business. Are you profit driven?
For transportation? Yes.
Okay. Well, then what's wrong with you making a living?
No. That's different than starting a war in the Middle East and artificially raising oil prices because you just stole oil from Venezuela. That's
When
different.
I'm trying,
No. You're trying to change what profit driven means. Like you have to
what's
support
profit
your
driven
own
mean?
argument. No. You have to support
I'm
what
trying to.
profit
We're
driven
talking
means
about
with your
journalism and
own
media.
factual. Okay. Journalism takes away
Okay,
profit.
hold on. What does journalism have to do with EVs? You
Hold
literally
on. Listen.
brought up a
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Hold
non-journalistic.
on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, can you stick to a point?
Can I make my original statement again so we can
Okay,
get back
what
to
you
what
can do.
his statement was?
Okay, Ryan, calm down. Okay, you're accusing people of being all over the place when you're doing it yourself.
Okay. My original statement was, how is the media right wing? I said that was my first question for MRT. How's the media right wing?
Okay.
He said it's
So
profit
I will
driven.
answer that. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
You don't think protecting Monsanto when they have a cancer causing ailment to continuously be sold in the country profit driven? You really think that?
So I think that both parties are driven by profit.
No.
Okay.
Dude, listen. You have to stick to the point. I'm on the left. You're going to argue from the right. You're not going to throw in all these other things once you lose on that topic or subject.
I'm not losing. I don't.
So
both parties. Look. So let's define the media. We're talking about print journalism and television journalism and what other forms of like online. There's right and left wing outlets, right? Like I would say that the Wall Street Journal veers right and the New York Times veers left. They both have their own audiences.
No.
Okay.
The journalism from the New York Times has been anything but right wing since Trump has gotten to office. Anything but right wing.
So
David
if you
Brooks,
look at
is David Brooks a left wing person?
Okay, let's say the New York Times.
No. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
He's the right. He's on the right at the New York Times.
He's not at the New. He just kind of retired from it. But
Yeah, I
then
think he's
the
gone.
the New York Times also has Ross Douthat.
He's right.
Ross Douthat.
What?
What's
what's the other guy? Brett. Is it Brett?
Brett Stevens. Brett Stevens, I think.
Yeah, Brett Stevens. And
there's two right wing guys at the Times, but
no,
the rest
there
are
were
left.
three, and they aren't the only two right wingers at the New York Times.
I mean, Ezra Klein, I'd say, is on the left.
Well, he is on the left. But
Ezra Klein is not on the left.
Say this.
I mean, he says he's on the left.
Everybody from Tom Cotton, the New York Times does not shy away from letting right-wing people do guest editorials and everything else.
I don't want to debate the Times. My point is, there's other
you
papers.
wanted to debate the media, Dan.
Now you don't want to debate it.
We're talking about, let me pick another publication, The Jacobin. There's another 8,000.
What about Jacobin? Jacobin is not the newspaper.
I have no idea who and what that is. I have no idea
what it is.
What
it's
that
basically
is.
associated with the Democratic Socialists. You act like the Jacobin is like some big deal. Nobody knows who the hell Jacobin is.
I have 2 points to make, okay? The point is, if you look at Ad Fontes Media, which rates the media, okay?
Who gives a fuck?
Okay. Can I get my point out? They do a rating system which talks about right wing and left wing topics, etc. And they have all these different publications from left to right, right to left that show how they're all spread out and the media is all over the place. MSNBC, I think you could say, is on the left. Would we agree with that?
Okay, you know what? Let me ask you a
Like
better
Fox is on the right. Okay, go
Okay,
ahead.
you go to some source that rates media. Do you ever watch these media outlets? I've watched Jacobin at least on YouTube.
MSNBC.
They actually have a YouTube channel. Do you ever read these publications and judge for yourself, or do you just trust? Okay, have you ever read Jacobin?
I have, but it's too communist. It's very
Did you know
left.
that Jacobin and the DS? Did you know that Jacobin and the DSA folks were against the 1619 project for their own reasons? But they were. You didn't know that, did you?
I didn't. No, I don't read it daily.
If you had known that the Democratic Socialists were against the 1619 project, what would you have thought of that?
I would have thought on this individual item they differ. It's not. They're still on the left.
Okay, you would have thought, well, gee, that's kind of a right-wing position. Well, they didn't. They disagreed for different reasons than say the Wall Street Journal would. But the bottom line is, you're not going out and reading this stuff and judging for yourself. I actually am aware of it because I read a lot of media.
The statement was that the media is largely right-wing.
These days it is. These days it is. And Trump is going to make sure that the media moves to the right. CBS is a good example. What is it? Warner Brothers Time.
That's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense.
They hired Barry Weiss.
TikTok, X.
Oh my God.
X is like one of the biggest media platforms out there.
Okay, so
I think just X alone is like a big it's a big hitter in the media environment. Just X alone would justify saying the media is moving right wing.
So if you look at open sources, which we're saying
I don't care about
OpenSecrets.org.
I don't plan on looking at it.
Can I talk or not? Like, why did I call in? I'm trying to make a statement here, and you're just
okay.
Like,
well, you've
you won't let me
made
say
your
anything.
statement, Ryan. What you don't want to do is hear opposition to you.
Can I build my argument? I haven't even finished my argument, for fuck's sakes.
Okay, well, can you make it quick? You've
I'm
been trying
trying.
to build this argument for quite some time now.
According to Open Secrets, the donations that go to Republican versus Democrat by the journalism community and the media in general are 90% to 10%. Okay.
So what?
And that's by the journalism field.
Why is that
The
important?
oil field is obviously 90-10. Well, they're donating all their money to Democrats. Do you think that they're
Okay, do
supporting
you
the
mean
right
they're
wing?
donating their personal money? Or the companies donating? Who exactly is donating?
No, their personal money. The journalism
well, I'm
community.
sorry. Okay, well, let me tell you my position on that.
Okay.
People can donate their personal money to whomever they choose to donate it. The Supreme Court made sure of that. And are you assuming that
The right-wing
because
Supreme
these
Court.
people- are you assuming that because someone donates their personal money to their politics or politician of choice that they can't be objective?
No, I just
Is that
think
what
when
you're
it's
saying?
that large. Okay, so then you're telling me then the oil companies
No.
donating to the
I'm
Republicans.
asking you. I am
They're
asking
good with
you-
either one.
Okay, Ryan, I need you to answer my question before we move on. Because most of the donated money goes to the Democrats, are you implying that those people can't be objective in their reporting? That they're
Yes,
biased?
I'm implying that.
Is
Yes.
okay. Well, you and I will disagree on that. I think you can donate to your personal candidate choice and still be objective when you report.
So the oil executives are donating to the Republicans, but they're just either way, we're good. You think that?
You know what? They also donate
Let me explain
to the
that.
Democrats.
Let me
Don't
explain
they
that.
donate to the Democrats too?
Okay, so do you think the
No, it's
country
largely to
itself
the
is
right.
moving? Okay. Do you think the country is moving in a more left-wing direction or right-wing direction?
We're swinging back left now, but I think we swung to the right.
No.
We've
Yes.
okay.
Wars that is going to enrich very few people. Yes, like Trump has turned his back on all his campaign promises at this point. And trust me, I want to see boots on the ground in Iran, but I want to see specific boots on the ground in Iran. I want to see these podcasters take their ass out there and get on the front lines, and time for them to go put some actual work in. Since everybody want to be paid by Russia, and that was a very one-sided thing, you know, you have to understand that the country itself has been, especially the media hasn't been doing journalism. Journalism is the opposite of right wing. How can you have Fox News?
I would agree,
OAN,
by the way.
all these things.
I would agree.
Okay. Okay. In small town
There's
America,
no challenge. Okay, but there's no challenge to power. I agree. When the Democrats are in charge, there's zero challenge to power. And when the Republicans in charge, there's zero challenge to power. Nobody investigates anything. I agree.
Let me help you understand. Because they always are out one or two or three by Christian Cinema, by Joe Manchin, by Joe Lieberman, by John Fetterman. And one of those guys in a key position can sink the entire party from getting their agenda through. The right wing doesn't have that issue when they're in charge right now. They're in charge right now. They're okay with war. They're okay with tax cuts. They're okay with everything being the way that it is. Okay? So that's the difference between having a unified party and then having one of the so-called middle of the road reasonable people on the left who end up getting elected. This is why when the Dems take back the House, watch how many middle of the roaders that's going to be running as Democrats who are clearly middle of the road / center right that's going to sabotage any type of change in this country. It happens every single time they take the House. The Blue Dog Democrats are, yes, but when you come up here and try to make this point that things are the same,
they are the same.
Republicans
the moderates should rule the day, not the extremists. The moderates should rule the day of both parties.
The moderates are the problem.
What's your problem with Joe Manchin? Joe Manchin had good policy. Obama was a fucking moderate. I mean, George Bush, before he went to Iraq, was a moderate. Clinton was a moderate.
I don't think going to war in Iraq would be turned moderate.
Iraq was moderate.
I said when he was elected, he was a moderate. But once he,
hold on one sec. This is your left wing right here, Brett Stevens. His opinion piece, and it just popped on my phone, a war with, not for Israel. That doesn't seem very left-wing to me. And this is in the New York
Brett
Times.
Stevens is not left-wing anymore. He was. He's a right-wing guy.
That's my point. Okay. What left-wing media are you talking about?
Yeah, where's all this left-wing media?
A war with, not for Israel?
So I would say that the YouTube...
It's in the New York Times. Look, the New York Times tends to lean left. Okay, but there are enough...
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Okay, well, most sensible people are going to lean left.
Okay, go ahead.
All I'm saying...
I disagree with that, but it's okay.
Is you whining about the New York Times when they're willing to publish Brett Stevens... I don't think you have much of it. Okay.
The basis of our
hold on, Ryan. Let me finish, please.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying I don't think you really have that much to whine about.
Okay, so I'll respond to that.
Right-wing voices are being heard.
What I was saying was the Wall Street Journal veers right and the New York Times veers left. Well, I'm trying to finish. I was stating one veers right and one veers left. And then, there was a disagreement there. But I think that the media goes both ways, largely. largely.
Okay, but I'm basically saying New York Times and the Wall Street Journal are not the only papers or media outlets, and certainly not the most influential in the country. Social media is way more influential when it comes to what young people are seeing than newspapers are, even online newspapers. And right now, the biggest of them all, I think, is still Twitter. And it is definitely not left wing these days. And
At all.
TikTok, that like Larry Ellison, TikTok is going to be a right wing media platform here real soon.
Oh, of course
I would agree with that.
Of course he is.
But I would say that X was owned by Jack Dorsey 5 years ago, and it was left.
Okay, that's
as was
5
TikTok.
years ago. Who owns it now?
Dude, we're not talking about Jack Dorsey. Come on, dude.
Jack Dorsey.
What I'm saying is, it was on the left 5 years ago. Now it's on the right. It's switched.
Dorsey. Okay, well then why are you whining and saying it's all left wing?
I'm not whining. What I'm saying is, I think that the media is pretty evenly split, left to right.
It's not even.
I would say that. I'd say that television media, Fox has higher ratings. Well, MRT, you're not building an argument. Like, if you look at what I'm saying.
I've built an argument. No. I've literally built an
CNN
argument.
is on the left and MSNBC.
Oh,
CNN is not on the left, sir.
They're not even called MSNBC anymore. MSNBC is not even called MSNBC. For starters, and number two,
said anybody looking
CNN is
right,
about.
so.
Did you hear Pete Hegseth in the newspaper day before yesterday going? He can't wait till CNN is bought by Larry Ellison, dude.
Yeah.
You
okay.
the sand.
Okay,
is shifting
that's all you got to say.
CNN, in my opinion, and a lot of people think CNN is certainly on the left. And I tend to agree.
Well, they don't watch CNN these days.
CNN is not on the left, dude.
Dude,
okay,
Anderson Cooper has left 60 Minutes and
a long time ago.
He's about to leave CNN if he hasn't already.
Every person that's left Fox ends up on a right-wing podcast, if you haven't noticed.
That's because Fox is right-wing.
And every person that's left CNN has ended up where? What kind of podcast?
Oh, I don't know.
A left-wing
independent?
Podcast. A left-wing podcast. Oh, no.
Okay. So what?
A left-wing podcast.
So what?
Well,
okay. So
it's on the left.
Don Lemon. Who else do you have? Outside Don
all I have to say
is Don Lemon.
If someone from Fox News starts up a right-wing podcast, they're meeting my expectations.
Yeah.
My larger point was that I believe the media is pretty split at this point. However,
it's not split, sir.
Yeah, well, MOT, according to you, what is it? What is MSNBC or MS Now, whatever it is? What is that? Left or right? Because they're going for profit. They're on the right.
Okay, that
doesn't even make sense.
2 years ago, MSNBC is not even called MSNBC. It's MS Now or something.
Is it on the right or left?
NBC, I have no idea. I haven't been watching them. Now that most of the Joy Reids and they've all split. They're gone. NBC wanted to distance themselves from MSNBC, so it's MS Now. Okay, all these, the big three are basically shifting to the right. Washington Post, literally shifting to the right.
Yeah, and there is, from what I can tell, and so the Wall Street Journal, which I happen to read and subscribe to, last year they hired 2 left-wing writers, and I think, which they were pretty much all fairly on the right, but now they got a couple
don't
of
tell
left.
me you think Pamela Paul is left-wing.
Can I just finish what I'm saying real quick here? What I'm saying is I think that they're competing with each other, and the Times has picked up like Ross Stafford and David Brooks. David Brooks to me is
Well,
I never.
David Brooks is gone. He
Yeah, he's
retired.
gone. But it seems like they know that they are ending up in these two camps, and they're trying to get back to like actual journalism. I respect the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times very much. Both are very good at reporting. Of all the papers, they're probably the best two in terms of reality. Not the opinion section, but the standard
Well, the opinion
journalism
section
is good.
isn't news.
I know that, but a lot of people think it is because they're stupid. But either way, what I'm saying is the reporting is actually pretty investigative and pretty good. I will say. Beyond those two,
I'm
I mean,
actually
I don't know who else is going to be
kind
fucking
of
good.
into the LA Times right now, which, by the way, is owned by a conservative, or either it's owned or the
I think it's
editor.
owned by an Asian, actually, like an Asian guy. I
Right,
think.
and he is a conservative.
Okay. Well, I think the Post, I knew that was going to go right. Prior, it was pretty far left, in my opinion, further left than any paper. But I figured they were going to come to the right because Bezos bought them. So, but I don't think Bezos is a hardline
No,
conservative.
they were fine. Bezos was pretty much hands off until Trump started threatening Amazon. So it was.
Well, let me ask you this: he killed the endorsement, right? Remember, they were going to endorse
They
Kamala,
had
and he
been
killed her.
endorsing presidents and generally left-wing presidents for years.
For 100 years.
He quashed it because they weren't going to endorse Trump, obviously. And he basically nipped that in the bud. And that was the start of him basically taking over the paper. The editorial section is now, quote, pro-capitalism. And I can see the shift in the right, shift to the right. And it's not like a lurch, but it's
Why is
it's
pro-capitalism bad though? We're in a capitalist country.
Capitalism, like anything else, can be taken too far.
Absolutely, I fully agree with that. But what it's
So I'm not anti-capitalist, but I am anti I don't what Trump is doing, with just basically getting rid of regulation to the extent that he has, he's going too far with it.
I agree with you 100%. Everybody thinks I'm on the right. That's what's funny. I'm not really on the right. I'm socially pretty fucking liberal. I don't give a shit about any kind of social things mostly. Really. Gay marriage? Sure. Trans? Who cares? I don't care.
Okay,
I want
well,
a
you
sound fiscal
came
budget.
up here guns blazing about the left-wing media. Left-wing media isn't that left these days.
I think that the media is pretty split was my point. I don't think it's there is a lot of
It's
evidence.
always been split.
Yeah, well,
It's
MOT made
never-
a statement
it's
that
never
was right wing.
You've got the New York Post. There are all kinds of fairly popular news outlets out there that are right wing. It's just that these guys exaggerate everything. Trump literally
National Review, your favorite. National Review.
I talk about every now and again. I've got the Washington Examiner. I actually pay for a subscription, so I try and keep it balanced.
And William F. Buckley, you love him or whatever, National Review,
Right.
them. So
As a matter of fact, LA Times. I subscribed last month to the LA Times, so I look at a bunch of different, a range of sources. We've been watching The Dispatch, which tends to be more classical liberal, but it's
I think it's
definitely not a
libertarian.
left wing. It's not. Well, they're not as libertarian as they think they are, in my opinion. But I look at a wide.
There are a lot of
range. As a matter of fact-
post-Republicans right there. So they're
As a matter of
ex-Republicans.
fact, I probably watch more right-wing video than I do left-wing because I know what they're thinking.
Well, I guess, look, my point for calling in was I was trying to say to MOT, I think it's actually pretty split. And I don't see it as right wing just because these media companies are trying to profit, right? Like they're trying to make money. They're in business. They're privately held companies.
Well, I think
Is MOT still here? Or did he leave?
all I'm saying, I think what Trump is doing, where did you hear apparently Trump has not, he did like a late night Truth Social rant about how, the media is basically lying about Iran. So the FCC chairman is literally threatening licenses.
That's wrong.
I don't mean,
That's
I'm not
Canada.
exaggerating. He's literally threatening licenses if these TV cable outlets
Yeah, that's wrong.
don't start being a little bit more positive about what's going on. And I just, to me, that's very right wing.
I think I think it's ridiculous. It's crazy. The government shouldn't be involved in the media in any way other than to separate and to prevent monopolies, and that's it, right? Just like corporations, separate and prevent monopolies. You don't need to be involved in all the bullshit, So, prevent monopolies. That's the biggest thing. I mean, and the government, by the way, is doing a horrendous job at that. So, we got monopolies everywhere you look.
And let me address Brian Nichols. I have no clue what the fuck he's talking about. You're stuck 10 years ago. Okay, Hillary Clinton is considered far left. Joe Biden considered far left. Obama considered far left by these MAGA wingnuts. I don't know. I don't know. Brian says 10 years ago is called right wing. Remember Bill Clinton? Dude, you need to look at what MAGA's doing, Brian. Okay. It's MAGA that is exaggerating the far left. Okay. I don't know where you get your news or what you're watching.
Would you say Mondani's far left? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
Mondani.
I wouldn't. Nope.
Really?
Not as far left as he could be.
Okay, but he's a democratic socialist. Like he's a Bernie Sanders.
What? But I don't consider Bernie Sanders that far left.
So you got Biden, Hillary Clinton, kind of like neocon prototype Bill Clinton, pro-business but compassionate, entitlement.
No. Well, there, Clinton, Hillary Clinton's probably more neocon, but all those guys are neoliberals. Okay, they are market liberals.
Okay. Well, I mean that's how I see Democrats.
Mamdani, people want to pretend that Mamdani and the Democratic Socialists have all this power. I don't know where y'all get that from.
Well, they do in New York, obviously, but okay. So their party
it wasn't
positions,
Democratic Socialists that put Mamdani into power. Most people aren't Democratic Socialists in New York. He was the better candidate. It's not like Eric Adams or what's his name, Cuomo. It's not like they didn't have a fair shot. They were fucking criminals, basically.
So here's the question: do you think that the Democratic Socialist policy positions, right? Do you think that they're far left?
I don't think that single payer healthcare is that far left.
Okay. I mean, what about that? Like they have a lot more policies than that. Like, so you think that Hillary Clinton?
I don't. I think the biggest problem I have with the Democratic Socialists is a higher level argument where they want to basically govern class first. And I don't think class first works in the United States because race intersects with class too much. That's why the Democratic Socialists and the farther left people, they had a problem with 1619 because it was too racial, basically. They want to get away from race. And people like Adolph Reed, for instance, basically argue that if you make a class first sort of politics, it will benefit Black people probably more than any other demographic because so many Black people would probably fit into that working class, which I don't know. I haven't really looked at the numbers lately. On the surface, it actually makes sense. The problem is populism in the United States has never succeeded for very long. It's always been flash in the pan politics because of race. For instance, years ago now, the Democratic Socialists failed to invite Adolph Reed for something or another, and it turned into a little racial brouhaha. I don't remember the exact details, but there were people thinking, well, gee, that's kind of racial. America has not evolved away from a race first politics. Race comes up in everything: politics, culture. It's America has a race problem, and people think ignoring it, like Morgan Freeman, not talking about race, will make it go away. We don't have that kind of culture.
I do think that from a policy standpoint, though, that the Democratic Socialists have positions, government positions, on everything from free bus fare to blah, 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 all the shit, right? I think a lot of this stuff is highly progressive and pretty left
Well,
wing.
you've got to understand who catches buses, not rich people.
Okay.
They are working class first, and it's mostly working class people catching the bus, and making it free is a benefit to the working class.
I would argue that if you look at most progressive policies, eventually they crush the working class because it's.
I name one that crushes the working class.
If you look at your most progressive cities in the United States, the progressive policies.
Name a progressive city.
San Francisco. Working class people can't live in San Francisco.
They're doing fine.
New York. Go down the list.
Doing fine. And they're doing fine.
You think so, huh? Good luck. The progressive cities.
No,
you can't afford to live in them.
You say, okay, well, you can't afford to live them. So what?
That's the progressive policies destroy it for the worker. They can't live there.
Okay, no, I don't think so.
Okay, well.
San Francisco is expensive not because of progressive policies. It's because of real estate mostly. California is expensive to live. A lot of rich people live in the Bay Area, and you know what? There are probably more people in that Bay Area than there should be, but real estate's at a premium.
Real estate plays a part.
That's not a progressive thing. Having Silicon Valley and Stanford and all these kind of, like, you got a lot of rich people out there.
I mean, Los Angeles has similar issues.
I don't know that much about Los Angeles. I probably understand San Francisco more. A lot of rich people, and having a lot of rich people concentrated like that's going to drive prices up. Starting with
if you look at excess demand,
I don't see high real estate prices is a progressive thing.
I will give you one example, and then I'll let it go after that. All right. If you look at food prices, when the government decides that they're going to pay for food programs, the price of food goes up pretty proportionate to how much the government is injecting into paying for food. I'm saying is
where is the money being injected at food into food though? It's
in food and housing and everywhere. Whenever the government,
where I'm going with this, a lot of the money that goes into food is in the production of food.
It is. However, if you look at where the government injects money, right, it drives excess demand.
It's mostly into farmers.
If let's look at New York housing, for example, and I agree with you.
We were just talking about food. Why are we talking housing now?
It's across the board. If you look at where the government,
I need you to concentrate on one thing and develop the argument all the way through. Then we can move on. Okay,
I was
what
just trying to
I'm
give you an
saying,
example.
right? Well, let's stick with food.
Okay.
A lot of farm subsidies to prop up prices these days, and I'm kind of picking on tariffs. Fucking Trump had to basically be reminded that, oh, hey, things like bananas, we don't grow those here. It comes from
Well, that's
outside the
true.
country.
Of course.
So there are all kinds of things, especially with fresh fruits and vegetables, that are being, that are adding to food prices. Eggs was like the stupidest argument. The reason that their egg prices went up is because they had to cull a bunch of chickens, because of bird flu or something. Had nothing to do
That was part
with,
of it. That was under Biden,
well,
but you're
no,
right.
it was the major part of it.
Yes.
I mean,
Actually, that was part of it.
if you have to cull a bunch of chickens, dude, same thing happened with turkeys, about 10 years ago? This year, turkeys, I bought a turkey for like 49 cents a pound.
There's
So, I
another
mean,
factor with the food prices during Biden that nobody even knows what it is, and that is it's called Ukraine, because Ukraine's the primary and largest producer of fertilizer globally. I mean, I'm talking massive, massive, massive amounts of fertilizer. So when Ukraine was invaded, that cut off that supply, which drove prices through the roof, which
well,
both
I can
Republican and
tell you
Democrats don't even mention it because they're too dumb.
the Middle East with potash
Potash, yeah,
produces a lot
that's
of fertilizer. Not only is oil being affected by the Straits of Hormuz, so is fertilizer.
everything. Fertilizer, though, out of Ukraine was massive. It's also big in Canada, but Ukraine was the house, and there's been a lot of adjustments since. Canada's kicked off a lot of their production, but look, my whole point was a lot of these policies have downstream effects, and usually when the government starts pumping money into something, it just stokes demand and drives up pricing, and the market finds ways to absorb the money. People get rich, and then the people at the bottom, it drives up prices for them, right? All the people at the bottom get fucked. And I'm talking working class, I'm talking people with no money, all them. And I mean, a good example.
Okay, I'm not the economist you are. I don't think things like single payer actually drive up prices or anything like that.
You mean government insurance?
I think we should do something like national health care. Now, the problem is England is a lot smaller population wise. I mean, I think America is too big to do some of these things like an NHS or something like that. And I'm not going to even talk to it because I'm not that kind of expert. But what I will say is that ever since Reaganomics, wealth distribution has been upward. Okay, yes. What Trump is doing with the tariffs and stuff like that, it is not helping the middle class. It is not helping the working class. And the thing is what Trump is doing. So nominally, MAGA is a populist movement, but it's not. It's not a populist movement. The billionaires have more power under Trump than they ever did under Biden, just in the short term. When you have the richest man on earth deciding which government policy to keep, which government agency to eliminate, I'm sorry, he's going to be looking out for people of his class. He should have.
Okay,
Trump should have had like
you're moving
Trump
around here.
Had like Joe the plumber running Doge.
You're moving around a lot here because
no, actually, I'm not.
Listen,
having
do you think the Democrats are not?
is an oligarchy. That's my point.
MAGA will be gone in 3 years.
Trump is running this government for the benefit of the billionaire class.
So I don't. If you look at the wealth disparity, if you look at the separation of money between rich and poor, regardless of president, it has grown since 1980. regardless
It has
of
grown.
president.
It has grown since Reagan was in office, as I said,
Yes.
since
Yes.
Reaganomics.
So what is Biden, Clinton, fucking Obama? Like they didn't fix it. You think it's just gonna change with
Okay,
Trump?
well, okay, I don't know where you're going with this, but the middle class was doing better under Biden.
I think that, yeah, I don't disagree with currently. I would agree with that. However, the middle class under Trump prior was doing pretty good. It was, in my opinion.
Until he wrecked it. Okay, Trump has, look, I will give you those first 2 years. Hey,
3
everything
years.
looked
3 years.
good, and then
That's good.
Trump is the most self-destructive president that I can recall.
I think he makes dumb
Okay,
decisions for sure.
I think this Iran thing, this penchant all of a sudden that he's got for taking over places,
No
how is that
argument here.
helping how is any of that helping the working class?
No argument from me. I don't understand it. It's
Okay,
like the
well,
trans thing with the
my
Democrats. I'm like,
point is that
what are you guys thinking?
Trump is reckless. Okay, and I struggle to understand how anything that he's done since 2019, 2020, I struggle to see how any of this has helped working
I think
class,
that
especially.
the tariffs, if implemented correctly, in conjunction with some of the bolstering that Biden was doing, would help the working class. I do. Between bolstering some of
Well,
our
I
industries
mean,
like Biden's
if you're
idea
talking about creating jobs and stuff like that, yeah, but the way he,
and tariffs, both combine them.
well, no. I'm
Right?
saying the tariffs that will benefit, American industries like the steel, the
Yeah,
lumber,
shipbuilding.
that
Yeah,
sort of thing. The thing
yes.
is that the way he's doing tariffs, it's just whenever he gets pissed off, he raises a tariff. Dude,
Well, initially it was
like I said,
dumb.
they had to remind him that, hey, you're tariffing bananas. These are things. What is it? Bananas and some other like coffee. He had to be reminded that we don't produce
coffee's doubled.
coffee. Raising, yeah, exactly. I mean, the working class, they run on Dunkin'.
Here's it, Stanley. The saddest part of it is this, right? The thought on like tariffs, intelligent tariffs, bolstering of industry, American workers. That he kind of alerted us to China and what the shit that they're doing. All good stuff, but he's implemented them. Like that'll be his presidency. Like Trump kind of made everyone aware of this shit, and frankly, like he was right. He's right about all of it. Like we should be protecting our industries, But ultimately, he's implemented them in a horrendously
it was
shitty
the
way.
industries that decided to offshore.
It's the argument currently being made by everyone that's not a Trumper. Like, we'll sub it out.
All I have to say, and I have had a little bit of personal experience. Years ago, I used to work for Springs Industries. Not in the actual textile part. I ran warehouses, but the thing is they offshored all of that shit. They closed down. I used to work in Lyman, South Carolina. They shut that place down. It had been open for like 100 years or something like that. They took all that shit and sent it overseas.
Well, I'm in Baltimore, buddy. You want to talk about black jobs? Okay. Black jobs. You want to talk about steel workers, Westinghouse, fucking Park Sausage, black-owned business, gone. It's all gone. I went to the Baltimore Museum of Industry. It makes you want to cry. Okay.
Well, even
thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs were Americans doing them, and now they're gone. Fucking gone. No ships, no steel, no cars, it's gone. It's gone.
Well, all I'm saying is that I understand that Trump wants to reverse it, and I don't think he's going to be able to be honest. But he needs to understand it was the billionaire class that caused the problem. He can't blame it on the left or Biden or anything like that. All this
No.
started.
I don't
this
think he is, by the way.
offshoring, it started back in the Reagan era. In the 90s, all kinds of shit was going overseas.
Trump was critical of Reagan for that too. He's not. I mean, I think he's bitched about everybody. If you haven't noticed, you know. But at
Yeah,
this
well,
point,
the problem is Trump is incompetent. Complaining is one thing, but this administration that he's got are not problem solvers. They're problem causers.
the only one I like is Scott Bessent, and hilariously, he's super gay. But not that that matters. But I like Scott
Okay,
Bessent,
well, all I have to
and
say is
he's the
Scott
only
Bessent
intelligent one.
is he?
He's sharp, man. He ain't no dummy. He's the only one I think's
Yeah.
half sharp though. So everyone else I think is kind of dumber than normal. Homan does a good job, but you know, Noam is an idiot.
Well, Homan
So
Homan is basically a beat cop.
he
However,
is. He is. Yeah.
I do think that he knows how to work with people. You know, I've
I
met
agree with that.
people like him, especially in the Navy. You know, he's kind of tough. He's got a tough exterior, but notice how he was able to go up there and work in Minnesota. He should have
Yeah.
probably been up there in the first place. From what I hear, he was dead set against what they were doing in Minnesota, and he was
Probably.
kind of, you know, he was kind of shoved to the side there. I do notice that all of a sudden you don't hear much about ICE anymore, and I doubt that they've stopped doing what they were doing.
Probably not as open and like in your face.
I
guess.
don't hear about people being abused by ICE all of a sudden.
Look about this offshoring thing, Stanley. You know, not to just to go back to it. You know,
No, it's
it
fine with
is.
me.
If you go to the Baltimore Museum of Industry, it's a museum of industry, by the way, which in and of itself, I'm like, what 30 years ago we weren't a museum. We were in industry. We were building the best, biggest, most phenomenal stuff in the world, and it's really been since the 50s. We've slowly been, you know, after World War II, we kind of gave away the fleet, and some of it early. I've read a lot on this topic, right? And I send you some stuff on it too occasionally. A lot of it was, okay, we've got to help rebuild Japan and all these places so that they'll align themselves with us against the Soviet Union because they were expanding, right? So you got to have allies. So it's like, all right, well, we're going to trade with them, and then eventually, and you know, they're all broke and run down, and then they kind of rebuilt themselves, and then it was okay, we can offshore this. And it wasn't really hurting American jobs. Like our wages were going up and shit. And then they let China into the World Trade Organization. And from day one, they never had good intentions. Like they just simply were robbing us. And American business got greedy. And they sold more and more. And then Apple's over there having them build the iPhone. And eventually everything's there. It's all there now. Like we just gave away all of our years of industrialization capital we built over forever. And it's hurt working class jobs more than anything. Blue collar, just working stiffs, man. It's hurt everybody. It's hurt.
Right.
You know, people get up here and shit and, you know, they talk about, you know, I'm from white trash community. You talk about the black community in the cities and shit. The deindustrialization of Baltimore, okay, crushed more than anything that you can think of, crushed that community. And it crushed all these communities. It did. I mean, it's just disgusting. All those jobs are now in overseas. I mean, it's hurt our country more than anything going. So, you know, I knew it back then. I mean, I'm laying bricks 30 years ago. I'm laying fucking bricks. And I'm like, man, what's going on? Why are we sending all this shit overseas? I wondered. I always wondered. Then I remember Clinton did NAFTA. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing? We're pitching our workers against people with no money. They're going to work cheaper.
One of the issues was environment, and I'm sure the left, you know, had, you know, were they would buy into sending things like steel and all that sort of stuff overseas because, hey, let China pollute its own atmosphere. or
Yeah.
you know, its people, not so much over here. So you
Bad
know,
move.
both sides got something out of it.
Yeah. 5,000 jobs. So Bethlehem Steel in Baltimore employed 38,000 people in like the 70s. And I mean, Baltimore was rocking then, right? And you know, the last year they were here was like 2014. They had like down to 3,000. But you can support a family working at Bethlehem Steel. And then
Right.
in 2015 or 16, they dropped L furnace, which is one of the most advanced blast furnaces on the planet, and they blew it up. And a lot of people watched that on TV and they cried. 8 people killed themselves, by the way. 8 people committed suicide after that happened. Okay, just their whole lives they were there, right? General
Right.
Motors gone. All this shit's gone, and now they're building a BYD factory in fucking Brazil. And we gave all this stuff away. And guess what? In the 80s, the Democrats were screaming bloody murder about it. And they should have been. They should have been. And in the 90s, Democrats were against all this shit. And, you know, and now it happens to be Trump. I mean, he's late, and he better be a lot smarter if he wants to win. He's got to bolster industry and tariff and do all kinds of stuff to get anything back here. So, you know, but it's a sad tale of stupidity and greed. It makes me sick. So, you know, and now these people are working at fucking Dollar General and shit for $6 or $12 an hour or whatever.
Well, don't
So-
worry. The white collar workers are going to get theirs.
Oh, they're done too. That's coming. So, you know, I was looking at this AI thing the other day and I'm like, holy smokes, man, we are, you know, I mean, the service people will be okay. Like things where you can't repeatedly do the same task, you'll be okay. You know, like physical movement.
Well, I'm not overly worried about it. Just so this is a good point that Claris makes. Outsourcing is and was a key part of capitalism. Dude, capitalism is why this stuff got offshored. You know, the maximizing profit, you know,
Well,
you have to pay.
Capitalism,
This is where
unfettered capitalism's bad. You got to have a trust buster to break up monopolies and some regulations.
The type of capitalism, and I read something the other day, and I wish I had saved it. There was a time, it was basically, I guess it was Milton Friedman, his type of, whatever his school of economics is, where
Chicago School of Austrian Economics. Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe okay. So it was really Friedman who started this, you know, this thing where corporations' biggest job is return on their shareholders' investment.
Yes.
They're basically saying that was kind of the start of, you know, a lot of our problems with the offshoring. And, you know, hey, you know what, whatever we can do to maximize profit for our shareholders, when that becomes a priority, workers and, you know, even to a certain extent, your country becomes secondary.
Yeah.
Now,
That's right.
And now a lot of these,
I don't know if that was his argument, though. I don't know. I think, I think that's the job of the corporation.
Well, it's the result of his argument. See, people don't seem to understand that, you know, it's almost like a CRT type of argument. Okay, well, no, you know, we didn't intend on Austrian economics, or Milton Friedman didn't intend the results. But people, we have conditioned our culture to not be responsible for the results of policies. Well, oh, hey, the policy was colorblind. We couldn't predict that workers, you know, we couldn't predict that this was going to affect workers to this point. This whole, well, let them learn to code. Dude, that was just flippancy. That was just
So look, here's my opinion, right? It's government's job to regulate these businesses. And I'm against, like, people are libertarians and shit. Like, oh, I'm a libertarian. I'm like, well, then you're okay with just monopolies crushing all the other businesses around them, workers making 2 cents an hour. That's not healthy, right? Like, you got to regulate. And especially when you have our companies being pitted against other countries, they have no environmental laws. It's not fair, right? So, like, government's job is to create fairness, and the corporation's job is to return profit to the shareholders. And
Well,
it should
I'm gonna
work
be
like that.
honest. I go a little bit more classical liberal than that, or maybe it's progressive liberal.
Okay.
The government's job is to protect the people from harm. Okay, in my opinion,
No, I agree with that. I agree.
you know, it's almost like the common defense. The government, one of the fundamental jobs of our government is common defense, defending
Yes.
the citizens. Well, sometimes you might have to defend the citizens against your corporations, and I
I
think
agree.
I think we will live to regret Citizens United. Okay,
I think,
corporations are
yeah,
not people.
I agree. I agree. I think that and by the way, I agree with many arguments made by the Democrats, and a lot of I agree. That's
I'm
why I
not
say I'm not
even.
really
Yeah,
far right.
let me cut you off, and I'll let you finish. I'm not arguing this as a Democrat. I'm arguing it from a more philosophical position. Okay, there are many Democrats who are billionaires and believe in, basically what Irony calls market liberals. They're believe me, these guys, a lot of Democrats will agree that corporations, their primary job is return to their or a return on investment for their shareholders. So this cuts across party lines. It's really more a philosophical position.
Yeah. I just don't want them involved in moral bullshit. Like, just make money, and then the government should be slapping the shit out of them, going, "Hey, listen, here's what you guys did. That was wrong. Boom, we're going to hit you." But the problem is the government's in bed with the corporations, which we need to break that up. It's terrible. It's disgusting, you know? So, and look, Stanley, you lived in Northern Virginia. Drive out 66 and look at all these fucking buildings out there, okay? They're all there to just pitch the government on shit. And
well, right about when you hit Chantilly.
It's amazing the amount of money. I go up K Street. I mean, the amount of money flowing in there is just. And by the way, it's not just American corporations.
I used to live like a 5-minute drive from the NRA headquarters.
The NRA's there. Don't worry. And
it's in Chantilly.
It's terrible. And
it's
and
either
it should be
Chantilly
against
or
the law.
Middletown. I can't remember now.
Well, you got Chantilly. I mean, you go over to the whole
Well,
area. Manassas.
Used to live in Chantilly, right over in Greenbrier.
That's a nice area. I like it.
Oh, it's awesome.
So, well, I just think, and it's not just American corporations, by the way. Many foreign corporations are doing the same shit. They have their own propaganda campaigns and bullshit, and it's just a very dirty thing now. The whole thing is bad. But I do think that we sold the people down the river. I think a lot of people got rich and screwed, and now they're like, go to West Virginia. It's destitute. Go to Dundalk, Maryland. Go to Essex, Maryland. Go to Glen Burnie, Maryland. Broke as a joke. Baltimore City. Financial problems out the wazoo. These people were feeding families at one point. Well,
Right.
It's all in China now. So enjoy. I remember these stickers, Stanley. I know you remember these stickers.
Do you ever get out to Warren County? Like out in Warren County?
That's way out. Warrenton and shit is way out there. That's way out there.
Front Royal is way far.
That's way out.
20 miles farther. But the reason I bring
I got to go to Manassas in 2 days, and I'm annoyed. It's way out there.
No, Manassas isn't that far out. But what I was going to say is, you get out past Marshall. or Great Plains, the
That's
Plains.
That's way out
You
there.
get out past there, out in the open countryside, and all you got out there, at least, and it's been 10 years since I've lived in that area, but there were warehouses and small manufacturing and stuff like that, where they could basically, but $10 an hour, which was the going rate, for hourly associates, you can live on $10 an hour. You might have to work some overtime, but that's what companies were looking for. Not only are they offshoring, but moving these companies out into the hinterlands, where they can, where they can get the hillbillies for cheap, to work in their warehouses. Businesses have been doing that for quite some time.
Well, look, the thing is, if you're moving around the country for different reasons, you're still paying into the federal government and to America, so to speak, right? But now that money just leaves the country and it doesn't return. So our citizens don't ever see it, and I think it just sucks. Nobody thinks about this shit. So, and I just think we got sold down the river. And by the way, like what we built, the technology, the blast furnace, for example, no one had that. No one had our capacity to build ships. I mean, right now, the chip industry, we invented chips. Guess who's making them? They're making them for us because we decided to let them make them. What the fuck are we doing? So
probably because let them F up their their environment.
Well, I think that's part of it. I think that's why the left is okay with it. And
exactly,
they're okay with it because the environmental part, and the right is they want to offshore for the profit part. And then meanwhile, people are just sitting there like, what do I do today? Okay, I'll go work at Dollar General. And then why can't I make it? Why can't I survive? I mean, it's terrible what we've done to the, and it's very frustrating for me. So, and I don't think it's going to get better without major government intervention. And I mean, those bolstering industry and some type of intelligent tariffing specific to industries, not, it's not, we can't just tariff a whole fucking country like Trump is doing, which is just so stupid. But
well, if you're Clara says here shareholder primacy was decided in 1919. Henry Ford stopped paying dividends to his shareholders. That's not, if he's reinvesting back into the company, that's not shareholder primacy.
And if he's reinvesting in the company, the share value would go up, so you could sell it for more. So that's just a growth stock, really. So, but if you put the profits back in the business, so I mean, look, some of these libertarians they're against corporations. So they think that, like, if you're a business owner, then you're fully liable for everything. Even if you have a massive business, you're liable for all things within the business, which makes some sense, but it doesn't really allow you to build large companies. And we're in a global economy. So you got to build some large companies, to go up against the friggin' Chinese and Europe and everybody, So, Stanley, we don't want to end up like Canada, okay? Canada's in trouble. Europe's in trouble because of overregulation. But we don't want to end up like India where there's no regulation. We want to find that middle ground, So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got to find the middle.
Take a look at this. Again, I just got this. Jared Kushner solicits funds for his firm while working as Mideast envoy. Okay,
I can't even.
These guys, like President Trump's son-in-law, is trying to raise $5 billion or more from foreign governments and others for his private equity firm. They're doing exactly what they were accusing people like Hunter Biden is doing.
Yeah. Oh, they're pilfering the shit out of everything. I agree with that.
So,
it's not just him, by the way. Both the Trump boys are in crypto and all this bullshit. Like, it's
right.
Yeah, there's absolute dirty dealing going on. I'll bet my house on that. So,
well, the thing is that that should not be happening. I don't
Of
know. I don't
course,
know how you
that's an
stop it at
obvious.
this point.
Who knows, dude? I think that they're all involved in Middle East dealings, right? All of them.
Right, but
And
what I'm saying is that somebody needs to call hypocrite. Okay, you had Comer and all these people in Congress just going after Hunter Biden, the Biden crime family, and all this stuff. Well, Donald Trump is in power now. Okay, they're doing what they accused Hunter Biden of doing, except on a bigger scale. Donald Trump is in office now. Why are they trading off his name while on the public dime? That's what I have
I
a
don't
problem
disagree.
with. These guys are on the
And
public dime.
I don't understand why the Democrats don't what's going to happen is they're going to win 26 and or 28, right? The Democrats will look into ICE and shit and go after them. They won't go after the Trump boys, which I find strange. Like they have like a different MO, you know.
Wait, Hunter
Like we're going
Biden
after
did
ICE.
what? Kimmy, Hunter Biden did respond to the subpoena. At least, has he been subpoenaed lately? He testified in front of Congress.
Yeah, I think he did.
How did you miss that? And what I wanted to tell you, Kimmy, is that you're a managing moderator, so nobody should be deleting whatever it is you're typing. Now, there are some things that you can't, that YouTube will just, knock down, that nobody can control. So nobody would be deleting what you're typing.
Yeah, YouTube will cut it themselves. That's happened to me, but not all the time. It's kind of rare. But do I think that Trump's involved in the kids are involved in some bullshit? I haven't seen Ivanka Trump, the daughter, the whole time. Have you?
Oh no,
Have you seen?
she didn't. No,
She's like
is
MIA.
basically. I think it's not MIA. I don't think. I think she's kind of like Michelle Obama. She's just lost her taste for the blood sport.
Yeah, she don't want to be involved. I don't blame any of them. It's a nasty business. I mean, I got somebody up the street running for local council, right? It's like it's about to destroy their family. This is local bullshit. You know what I mean? Local county council, like lowest level stuff, right? Their family, they're about to get divorced. I'm like, man, this is nasty, nasty shit. And by the way, all the county developers are now showing up to have conversations like artists. It's like it's just such a dirty business, man. Politics, you know.
Right.
So as soon as you go online and put that you're running, you get every detractor imaginable, just probably paid operatives in a way, right? Like they're by the other campaign to just rip you to shreds. It's really just terrible, is what it is. So, and a lot of it's online. Like the thing about being online is you're actually interacting with every single person online around the whole world. You're interacting with them to a degree, right? So every single person can verbally attack you every day, all the time. So it's just a weird thing, man. It used to be you got called out in front of maybe half your school or 10% of your school, whatever, like when you did something. Now it's every person in the school that's online. So it's everyone, every single human being, So, and 10 schools over, they can call you out. So it's just nuts. So I don't know. I don't know how healthy it is for the psyche. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I don't know. I may let's see, where am I time wise? I'll probably go for
Did MRT leave earlier? I wasn't trying to give him a hard time.
No, he's probably on the road. He probably either had something to do or lost contact.
Okay.
Look, the thing is that people don't understand that sometimes when you get in these actual political arguments, it gets hot and heated. And I don't think he minds. I certainly don't mind. People just get squeamish when they actually have to lock horns, I eat it up. Uh, people have always said, well, you know what, Stanley, you kind of like these arguments, and they're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, people were getting pissed off today. I was up on Nidish's thing. Look, if you're going to get into these arguments, you need to be thinking quick. Okay. Don't take 20 minutes to say, the same thing over and over. Get to your point and get out. And, if you're slow on the uptake and it takes you 10 minutes to develop your argument, well, you shouldn't be here. You should almost know what your argument is before you open your mouth.
Tell me if you agree with this.
If you are talking and coming up with a point on the fly and you're not good at it, you shouldn't be locking horns.
All right, so answer this, Stanley. I think most people, and I'm talking most people, like most people are like they're 60-40, 70-30, 80-20. Most people are kind of in the middle in a lot of this political stuff, right? By and large.
I don't think I'm actually not even where you are on that. I think most people.
I think you're at least 80-20.
Most people, at least that I run into on YouTube, don't know enough to be 60-30, the middle.
Okay, so
they don't know enough to begin with.
Well, like even like with you, like you're not for unlimited immigration or you think Biden screwed that up. You'll say that, right?
Well, no, he did screw it up. For some
reason, you'll
he
say
couldn't
that.
read, and it could be that he was too out of it to take the pulse of the country. But look, I said this before, and I don't mean to beat the dead horse. I know you were making a point. Look, I knew when they started, when Abbott of Texas started stunting by sending busloads of people to New York City, where he was basically trolling the libs. That's when Biden should have been paying attention, and he should have been nipping that in the bud. Don't let people troll you. That's exactly what Abbott was doing.
Well, I think, and the thing is though, and here's my bigger point, like you will say like, yeah, they really shit the bed on that, right? When I'm arguing with somebody that every position they have is to the right, because I've argued with people on the right, or all the way to the left, all their positions, right? And they can't even say like, yep, Biden screwed that up, or hey, Trump's an idiot for doing that. Then you got a lunatic on your hands. You can't have a conversation with somebody that is, if every one of their positions is right wing, and I have a family member like that, it's called my aunt, or left wing, and I have a family member like that, which is called my nephew. You can't talk to those people. They're fucking crazy, because they're programmed, right? They're brainwashed and can't really reason for themselves. My aunt, you cannot reason with her. Donald Trump is great. Republicans great. It's right wing, right? Every position she agrees with.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, those people.
And my nephew is a lefty of lefties across the board. Every single position is Democrat or left.
Ryan, those people don't know politics. Okay, if they actually knew, what they were talking about, you're much more capable of evaluating a policy if you know something about it.
Yeah.
And I don't mean just knowing what the policy is, but what is that policy going to do if it's implemented or not implemented? You got to be able to kind of think in 3D.
No, I agree. I mean, my nephew is pro-Palestinian and he can't find it on a fucking map, okay? Because that's what he hears in his little group, right? Like in his,
Pretty soon, no one will be able to find it on the map.
Well, that's true, but he can't find the Middle East. He's too stupid, right? And I'm like, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's genocide. Da, 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 da. Like, well, where is it on the map? I don't know. They don't know. And my aunt, it's the same way. She's only going to be right, no matter what, on every issue. So,
well,
and those people,
like
you can't. You're not going to convince them to even look at another. You and I could have a conversation. We kind of see each other's point. We might disagree, right? we find some kind of way to communicate. But at the end of the day, those people you cannot even talk to. And I would suspect on the Nightish panel, you might have a couple of MAGA lunatics that you can't. It's like it's not going to go anywhere. They're always going to be where they are. So, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not really a fun conversation, frankly. So it's not really that much fun when you're just Anyway, I don't know. So we got big problems though, buddy. We're teetering on recession. We're 38 trillion in debt. That's going to be a big problem coming up. And Iran, I think, is a huge waste of time and energy. And I think that we're talking about playing around in Ecuador. I think that's another weird decision. Cuba, I don't know where we're going. Every day, the thing about this administration is every day there's news. It just never stops for a day.
Well, did you hear Trump's head of counterterrorism? He was like, well,
he's with ISIS
head
or
of the counterterrorism, whatever, in Homeland Security. He quit over Iran. He basically said
I wouldn't doubt it.
Iran didn't present any sort of imminent threat, and he's out of there.
I don't look. Here's the thing: if he said, "Look, I'm going to blow the shit out of the Ayatollah. I'm just going to kill him," I would be like, "Okay, go ahead. He's a shithead anyway, right?"
No.
I don't care.
You can't
kill
dude.
Putin,
You can't.
Xi,
I'm telling
Ayatollah.
you right now. You put open season on heads of state. The president of the United States has probably the best security on earth, but dude. Trump, dude, he got his ear nicked. Okay.
I know that's what I'm saying.
He is not immune to what happened to the Ayatollah.
I agree.
So
but
he's setting precedents, and he may not even wind up, suffering the consequences. But dude, I think what Trump is doing is he is killing MAGA on his way out the door.
I mean, he kind of is, right? So
I
what's
don't think Vance stands a chance if this keeps up for 3 years.
I will tell you that I would not have messed with the Ayatollah, but now that it's happened, I'm like, well, he was, I'm not sad that he's dead. He was a terrible guy. And
well, there are going to be a lot
Jinping,
of people that feel the same way about Trump.
Trump is not the Ayatollah, man. You can't.
I don't know. He's
not
going
the
to wind
Ayatollah.
up doing more damage. The
You can say Trump is a shit-faced.
Ayatollah wasn't going to ruin our economy.
The Ayatollah has murdered and maimed. I mean, his own people.
All I'm saying is, I think Trump is going to wind up. Well, dude, what do you think's been going on in the Caribbean and the Eastern Pacific? Okay, there's been a lot of, Trump saying these are drug dealers. There is a lawsuit right now where this family's saying, hey, this guy was a fisherman. He wasn't a drug dealer.
Yeah.
So they're gonna be some repercussions. I think that Trump is high on his own supply.
Listen, I'm not saying I agree with anything he's doing, but we're comparing. I mean, everybody knows. Yes,
I'm sorry.
The Ayatollah is a terrible.
I don't think comparing. I'm not comparing Trump to the Ayatollah. I'm saying that Trump is the equivalent. If there is a United States version of the Ayatollah, I think Trump is pretty authoritarian right now.
Yeah, but he's
US
not.
Standards. Okay, when he doesn't like press coverage, he rants about it all night on Truth Social, and the next morning, his chairman of the FCC is threatening licenses.
the Ayatollah is probably responsible for 50,000 people dying in the Middle East.
Okay, I
Same
don't
people.
care about any of that. I literally just said I'm not making the comparison. I
Okay.
am saying that if the U.S., with the kind of things that we hold sacred, Trump is more or less a U.S. version of it. The Ayatollah is an authoritarian, and I think Trump has blood on his hands. Okay, when he grabbed what's his name out of Venezuela, Maduro, there were like 100 bodyguards or something that got taken out. Trump's hands are not clean.
I don't think we've had a president that has clean hands, but I don't think we always come up with a reason to do these things, right? So, I can say that it's kind of U.S. policy that we do it, even though the Maduro thing was stupid.
I don't know that I've ever heard of a president going in and grabbing grabbing a head of state and bringing him back to.
I could make a similar argument for Trump 1, for Libya and Syria, for Bush, of course, who was a huge overstep. And by the way, look at Bill Clinton. He went into fucking Kosovo.
Did we take out Gaddafi?
We killed Gaddafi. Yes.
No.
We took him out.
His own people took him out.
We blew the shit out of Libya. We bought Syria. We went into. We go into these things.
He died. Gaddafi did not die because of a U.S. bullet or missile.
Okay, we still blew the shit out of it. We invaded a country.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that we did not grab him and bring him back. We did not, he did not die directly because of the U.S. He could have gotten
look, I'm not happy Trump's done any of this stuff.
At any time.
I'm not arguing. Trump, I don't agree with Maduro. I don't agree. None of this shit I agree with. Okay. All I'm saying is, as a country, we tend to do this shit fairly regularly, whether it's Falkland Islands, whether it's fucking, all these presidents do this bullshit. It's not like isolated is what I'm saying. I don't agree with it. I didn't agree with none of them doing it. Stay the fuck out of all these other countries. Stay here, focus on our people. Fuck these other
I think it's especially bad for Trump since he pretty much said that
ran against it. Yeah, me too.
Well, I don't think. I think we actually have. I think we actually have a war. I don't think Iran.
And then you got Ukraine, which we should be supporting Ukraine, and now we got a drone situation. There's no country on the planet that's better at drones than the Ukrainians.
Well, let me tell you something else. We are literally giving Russia money. Okay, because all of a sudden,
they're making big money now, ain't they? Yeah.
I did a story where Iranian ships are carrying Russian oil with Trump's blessing. They were sanctioned, but not anymore. Now China can get Russian oil.
Well, they had a shadow fleet doing it already.
India, Trump told India, stop getting Russian oil. India stopped. All of a sudden, India can get Russian oil. That's money. That's cash on the oil barrelhead that can be sunk into probably the Ukraine war.
Yes.
And
the thing
supposedly Putin was giving intelligence to the Iranians.
He still is. I mean, of course. Yeah, of course. He absolutely is. I mean, we're doing it we're helping the Ukrainians fight Russia. They're gonna do the same. But I will say that this invasion in Iran, the real trump card that Iran is playing here is the oil shock pricing. And if Trump was smart, he would have ramped up oil production far, far more than he has, and really kind of dumped the price.
Telegraphed it, though, right?
Yeah, kind of. If we had that much oversupply, but the only ones I think that are too stupid to see any of these geopolitical moves are the fucking Europeans. Which, I mean, they have just. I'm very disappointed in these Europeans, man, and the Canadians, frankly, because I'm like, you guys have played. You got rid of nuclear energy in Germany, right? Like every move they make is dumber than the last. It's shocking to me. And now they're getting fucking raped over. They're getting killed on this oil thing. They can't make anything cheap now. It's just amazing how bad they are. And the Canadians
Right.
are equally dumb because, like, Trump hit them with tariffs, which was, in my opinion, it was dumb. He should have been selective because they were. Trump's not wrong on some of the stuff, Stanley. Like the Europeans were largely screwing us on NATO, and they were
Yeah, but
tariffing us
you
with
know
their
what?
VAT.
The problem with Trump is that he can be right, but it just boomerangs back on him. Okay, he was such
I
an
don't think the Europeans
asshole.
can hurt
He
him.
was such an asshole proving that he was right. Now the Europeans don't look.
They're pissed.
I could have told you right off the bat that Trump, for some reason, Trump seems to think that bullying people is gonna make them loyal. These countries don't fear Trump like that.
There's two things he did correct, in my opinion. So the Europeans have been playing dirty in several industries, like pharmaceuticals for one, and the NATO thing has been a long-term issue. So, I think he had to push him on that the first go round. They kind of got it. Then Russia invaded, and they were like, "Uh-oh." And so they're putting money into NATO now, which for the first time in 50 years.
Okay,
And
that's irrelevant. Okay, that's all well and good, but you know what? I think Trump could have accomplished this goal and still won friends and influenced people. Okay,
maybe I don't know.
he got NATO in line, and now they're like, oh, you know what? We're not going to voluntarily go in support a war you started.
Yeah.
And I think that's in their best interest because they also have voters they've got to deal with. Okay, they have elections they want to win, and just blindly following Trump into a war that no one really understands. I'm sorry,
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I think
Trump doesn't seem to understand that these people are elected officials as well.
Sure. I do think that the world hates America. I think that we had plenty of room to gripe about, them fucking us with they did tariff us heavily on stuff with their VAT. That's a tariff. And we should have been bitching about that forever. But
that's perfectly fine. But you know what? Sometimes eating a little bit of money, if you can afford it, buys a bit of loyalty.
Well, the way we should have handled it was
now we have Europeans paying their fair share who don't want anything to do with us in a war of our own making. Okay, there was no reason to go into Iran. At least at this point. Quite frankly, it appears Israel put Trump up to it. That's the other thing that's a slap in the face.
No, that's not true. I
think it's absolutely true and definitely plausible.
It's anti-Semitism screaming loudly.
No, it's not anti-Semitism at all. Trump pretty much said that. From Trump's own mouth, that Israel was going to do it with or without us. He literally said that. Listen to what I just said.
No, I heard what you said. I read a lot of it.
Israel was going to do it with or without us.
Yes. So
we were going to be dragged into it. So Trump was basically, okay, well, if you're going to do it with or without us, do it with us. Okay, for some reason or another, Trump didn't have enough clout to tell Netanyahu to cool it. That's upsetting. That's upsetting that he could get all the Europeans in line, but he can't get Netanyahu in line. Don't we give them money? Don't we give them technology?
No, They give us technology and we trade with
I
them.
thought
They
we
give us
gave them
technology too.
Iron Dome and all kinds of stuff like that.
They developed half of Iron Dome, and they got a laser
Okay.
we want right now, by the
I
way,
don't know
for
why you want
drones.
to make excuses for Trump. All I'm saying is
I'm
that
giving
if
you the facts. I don't want to make
okay,
excuses for
well,
him.
no, the facts don't matter. What the fact that actually matters is for some reason Trump didn't have enough clout to stop Netanyahu.
I think that the argument that's made is that Bibi runs Trump. The truth is,
Well,
Bibi does
that
not run
is
Trump.
upsetting. We didn't elect Bibi.
Well, the Israelis hate him too, so they don't like him either. 60% of Israel didn't want Bibi until this fucking war, which, by the way, was caused by Hamas. So let's just get that straight. It wasn't
Okay,
Israel and
which
all this
war?
bullshit.
The what's happening in Iran?
Not
What
this
does
war, the
Hamas have
last
to
one.
do with that? Okay, well, we're
The
talking about
last one.
this one. We're talking about this
Okay.
one.
Yeah, the thing is, this argument that Bibi runs Trump and have all this outweighed influence isn't true. I mean, Israel's made concessions also. Like they want to be in Gaza right now, finding Hamas and killing them. Trump
Okay,
has pushed them not to do that.
Gaza. I understand how important Gaza is to you, but we're
It's
not.
not.
These that KC-130 didn't go down because of Gaza.
I was just giving you an
I'm
example.
sorry.
I know we're on our
I'm
rant.
sorry. I don't think Trump could curb Netanyahu from attacking Iran. And
Do you know what?
I'm saying that the president of the United States should have been able to.
Do you know the intelligence that landed that pushed Israel to want to do it?
I don't care.
I'll give it to you real quick. Well, I'm just going to tell you. So, Israeli intelligence, which by the way works, there's Israelis all over Iran because the Iranian people hate the regime. Most of them, 80% of them, 70% of them, 30% are pro-regime, 70% are pretty secular in Iran. So the Israelis are all over the place. Mossad's all over the place, and they're aligned largely with the dissidents of the regime. Okay, like the pro-Shah people, so to speak. It was learned that 50 of the top brass around Ayatollah, all these mullahs, were going to be gathered. And that's when Israel said, this is it. We're going to strike. And they notified Trump. And Trump was like, okay, let's do it. And which I think was impulsive and stupid. But it was because all those people gathered in the beginning that he
Okay, and
said,
you
let's
know
go.
what I would have told Netanyahu? Don't do it.
And that's fair. I get that part. But it's not
that part is what I'm trying. Great. They're all together. This is your moment of opportunity. Don't do it.
I'll bet you money. Okay. Israel notified the Saudis, the Turks, and the Jordanians and said, we're going to hit them. I'll bet money on that.
And they should
they're
have told
aligned.
Netanyahu not to do it as well.
Oh, they said, please do it now. Please immediately do it. They hate each other.
All I have to say is it's not going quite the way we thought it would. All of a sudden,
Well, I would agree with that.
Whatever, taking out those 50 leaders, apparently they did need those 50 leaders to close the Straits of Hormuz.
The problem is this, man, with Iran, which Trump is too stupid to know this. I actually talked to a guy that I do business with, and he goes, you can't. The problem with Iran is they have 1,000 mullahs. Okay. Thousands of mullahs are ready to, and you got to kill all them to get rid of the regime. There's 1,000 of them.
Well, the other thing is they're not like universally hated. What
the Iranians
people
are the
don't tell
mullahs.
you is there were protests against the United States as well. Now it may be
you're right.
people,
I know that.
Maybe most people hate the regime, but they're not universally hated.
Yeah, there's like 30% pro-regime, 70% anti-regime. So that's what I read anyway. That most of the country doesn't like the regime, but a third of the people, or 30%, actually like the regime. They want them. So
well, right now, most people don't like Trump, but he's still in power.
yeah, I would say, I don't know what Trump's numbers are. I don't know what
They're
Trump's
not
numbers
good.
are.
Oh, and you know what's worse?
I
His
don't,
numbers
Stanley,
got
I don't think
his
any of the numbers
numbers.
are good though.
Well, his numbers got
None of the
worse
numbers.
after he had. That's at least that's what the opinion out in the newsosphere is, that part of Trump's frustration is that his numbers went down after this Iran attack.
Here's my question. This is kind of off subject. Who is the Democrats' best candidate right now? Who's their? I'm talking like, who do you think? Like, in my opinion, well, let me hear yours. I have an opinion, but go ahead.
It's someone we don't know, because I don't think Gavin Newsom is it.
I don't think he's it either. But who is the best candidate for Democrats? I think.
You know what? Oddly enough, I think Kamala Harris is.
No, I don't agree.
Oh, okay.
She's a shitty debater. I mean, dude, she's not.
Well,
The black woman that was supposed to be president is already she's now a university professor. She was supposed to be president. Unfortunately, she worked for a guy that was
she's too old. Condoleezza Rice is too old.
Let me tell you something. I just heard her interview the other day. Okay. She literally, the whole fucking Iran thing, she nailed. She had like 4 points. She was like, bam, 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 bam. I'm like, there's your president right there.
She's
That worked for Bush.
I mean, she literally went to the University of Denver and trained under Madeleine Albright.
She's a killer, man. And I'm telling you right now, if she didn't work for Bush, she would have been the president. I mean, she was the perfect fucking. I love her, by the way. She's awesome. And look, she's not super conservative, but she's just sharp as a fucking tack. There's nobody sharper right now.
The sharp people don't particularly want to run for office. Barack Obama, pretty sharp. Clinton, pretty sharp. But you know what? There are exceptions.
Yeah. Obama was actually very, very smart. And to the point where he was the smartest guy in most rooms. Like, I heard a guy criticize him and it made sense. He said, problem is he's smarter than his advisors, so he didn't want to listen to him at certain times. And well, I read a thing where Obama went home and McCain went home for the weekend, and there was a major issue, the financial crisis. And both came back on Monday, and McCain sat down to talk about how to fix the financial crisis. This is before that either one was president, right? When they were running. And Obama came back and worked out half the weekend. And he knew every tick, every piece, every part. And they sat down Monday and Obama wrote out the plan. And McCain said, hey, let's talk about this. And then the people in the room said, okay, that's our guy, right? And then he was, sure enough, he was president. So, but I heard he was just so smart that advisors would come in and he was smarter than them. Like, and he knew he was, so he didn't take advice on stuff. But Condoleezza Rice, man, she was dialed.
I had a captain like that once.
He's just too smart for his own good in a way, But listen, I think Josh Shapiro, he's a great debater.
I don't know.
He's
I don't
sharp.
know that much about him. I tell you who impressed me. It was John Ossoff.
I haven't heard him.
He did an Atlanta speech. I showed it. It was about a month ago.
Maybe you did show
him. He gave a good speech. I mean, I don't know that much about him.
Well, Josh Shapiro, I think, would have been a better VP than Tim Walz. It was a bump on a log. And the biggest problem is he's not going to get out of the primary because he's a Jew. I think that's really fucked up.
Yeah, well, we need to get away from that.
I'm like, what are you guys doing, man? Like, the Democrats were always very much not about that shit.
That's what I mean about race being a problem.
What? The fact that they're anti-Jewish when we're talking about Israel, not even.
That sounds kind of racist to me.
The Democrats are anti-Jewish, Stanley. It was the people on the far right that were anti-Jewish. Now it's the Democrats. That's crazy.
No. The people on the far right. Dude, do you ever listen to these YouTube panels?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to, because I saw you were on John Galt's panel a few days ago. Dude, all those guys with their little small hats, all those guys are
I just sent people on the. I know, but you think the left is an anti-Jewish?
I think America has a race problem. Okay, I don't even pick sides. American culture is fundamentally racist. That is all inclusive. I've literally said it's impossible, practically impossible at least, to be born into American culture and not be racist. Racist is probably the only thing that's colorblind in American culture.
Well,
everybody's racist.
I will say that the Democrats historically were like, hey, we're all one people, right? We're all just humans.
I disagree with that.
Well, that's what I heard.
You're never going to convince me. You're never going to convince me that, Lyndon Baines Johnson was, dude, there is no way. I don't give Democrats that kind of break. They're just racist in a different way.
Okay.
Racism being a spectrum doesn't interest me. Racism is racism no matter where it is on the spectrum. It's a spectrum that we really need to get rid of.
Well, why didn't Josh Shapiro, who was obviously a better candidate than Tim Walz, you watch, he's not going to go anywhere because the Democrats are anti-Jewish.
Basically, they were worried that having a Jewish candidate would be a problem.
Yes. I think it's still a problem.
And the funny thing is it was a Black woman who bought into that decision. I think Black people in particular should never buy into that. But
what, anti-Jewishness?
Any sort of racism. We know kind of historically what it can do in the kind of smart people that don't get a chance because of it. Okay, I'm disappointed in Kamala that she bought into that. And I understand that you got to listen to your political advisors and stuff like that. But I think Black people should never buy into that sort of stuff.
I think that,
but we are Americans too. We are born into this culture as well.
Here's what I'm trying.
By the way, I don't give exceptions to Black people not being racist.
Well, here's my larger point. I always saw the right as sliding into the racism and the anti-Jewish stuff like that.
Okay,
the
well,
skinhead fringe,
do it openly.
Right? Hold on,
can I just do it openly?
Let me just get there. So my point is, I've noticed on the left, there's a large faction growing of anti-Semitism on the left. I didn't see it before. Now I'm seeing
specifically where.
I mean, dude, there's a lot of Israeli Jew hate out here, man. I mean, why do you think Shapiro wasn't the candidate? I mean, it's.
Okay,
I don't think he can get through the primary.
I
don't think he can get through the primary. I don't think he can because he's Jewish. Just because he's Jewish.
Okay, well, I don't think being anti-Israeli is anti-Jewish.
I agree, but the Democrats do. I'm telling you.
Okay, well, that's your impression. I don't share your impression. I don't share your impression.
Well, then you're saying me and Kamala are wrong, is what you're saying.
I think America is fundamentally racist at the
Why
outset.
can't you just agree with me?
Okay, I don't think you keep saying it's okay. Maybe you don't get my point. I'm not saying it's growing. I'm saying it's always been there. People are just more open about it.
Because I'm like, why do you hate? Just because he's a Jew, you hate him? I mean, come on.
Okay, listen to
know?
what I'm saying. I think race in America is not a growing commodity. It's always been there. Okay, if you're saying that anti-Semitism is growing on the left, my argument is it was always there. It's
Well, maybe
just
they
the
hit it
only
better.
thing that the only thing that's growing is people are more comfortable being open about it.
Oh, man, it's nuts to me. So
Okay, you don't just all of a sudden become a racist. It's like
I
you're
think that
18 years old and all of a sudden you become a
yeah,
racist.
I think the whole Israeli bombing thing really flipped it. Bibi
Okay, well,
blowing up Gaza.
you and I don't share. I don't see how you become a nascent anti-Semite as an adult.
Yeah, I mean that's true. I
I'm
don't know.
saying it was always there.
Maybe they were like that before, but because I'm like
That's what I'm
Shapiro is a lot
saying.
sharper than Tim Walz, at least. Tim Walz is a moron. I thought he was a moron the first time I heard him.
Yeah, well, I guess maybe we dodged a bullet, huh?
Well, I do think I heard him the other day. He's pretty sharp. I haven't heard Ossoff. I haven't heard him. So
That I have a speech. I'll send it to you. I think I still have it
yeah,
saved.
just email me.
It was
But I
actually a
think
pretty rousing speech.
Kamala's got too
But I
much
mean,
baggage.
a speech doesn't necessarily make you qualified to be president. But it was very Obama-like.
Okay. Well, I think I don't know. I will tell you that I think that maybe the person's not there that will emerge. I think it's safe to say that. So, I mean, look at the talent
I
pool.
think Gavin Newsom is just kind of I don't want to say used goods, but it's kind of like
I agree with what you're trying to get at.
Obama can't sort of, not exactly, but sort of came out of nowhere.
Yes,
But
he did.
every time somebody kind of like kicked the tires, he kept passing tests. I'm thinking that's what it'll be like. It'll be somebody, maybe known, but not like with a national reputation who just kind of emerges.
Obama landed at the perfect time, right? Like
Exactly.
I remember the first time I heard him, there wasn't. If they're out too early, there's you can smear dirt on them, right? So I don't think we're there. Like in 27, you'll see somebody emerge, but right now there's too much time to smear dirt on them. So Newsom's out. He's played out.
Democrats really just have piss poor timing. Funny enough, as it turns out, Joe Biden having his turn in 2020 instead of putting probably Clinton should have probably run.
Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, she probably should have run it. She
I'm
would
not
have
a fan
won.
of her.
She would have
I'm
won.
just not a fan of
I
her.
can tell you right now, I think as it turned out, Joe Biden wound up being a bad decision. And let me give you another good example, and it kind of surprised me. Jim Clyburn.
Hold on, do you think Joe Biden was bad? Biden from 2005, 8, right?
Well, through 16.
No, what I'm saying is like Biden wasn't a mental idiot when he was in 08 and 2099, right? I think he was just senile by the time he
Well,
won.
no, Joe Biden's always had issues. Part of the reason I don't know that we had a lot of options, and I can't exactly remember why Hillary Clinton wasn't considered in 2020. But and I kind of felt this way back when Biden ran. Biden had run for president one or two times, And every time it was always something weird. Like, one time he was running for president and he plagiarized a speech or
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
right.
It was
Yep.
always just the weirdest things.
Yeah.
He was gaffe prone, had been gaffe prone
Oh,
forever.
big time.
If you go
Yep.
back and you watch the Clarence Thomas, I've watched bits and pieces of the Clarence Thomas. He was he was chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee when Clarence
Yeah,
Thomas was
I
being.
remember that.
He was kind of a goofball then.
He was, but he was a lot more articulate. And I mean,
Yeah, but he just always struck me as kind of a flim flam man. He talked a good game.
he puts his foot in his mouth just like as a rule, you know. He doesn't
Right,
think
and
before he speaks, you know.
look, people like, Obama rarely put his foot in his mouth.
I don't think he ever did.
Hillary Clinton was she didn't do it a lot, but she was kind of gaffe prone too. Just weird things
Yes.
like that thing about her keeping hot sauce in her purse, or the
Oh my
time
God.
she was talking in was it a black church or in front of a black audience, and then she starts putting on that weird fake.
Stanley, it still makes
It was like
it's still
she was
hilarious if
something
you
out
pull
of
it up.
all of a sudden.
Oh, we've
she's doing
been to the
that.
promised land. We've been to the mountaintop.
All of a
Get
sudden,
the fuck out of here.
it's like, well, damn, did she just step out of Uncle Tom's Cabin, the novel?
And by the way, she's from like Connecticut. She's from Connecticut and shit. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You're not even from the South, Hillary. I mean,
now Obama kind of has done the same thing, but he's a little bit more capable, I guess, coming from someone who's phenotypically black anyway.
dude,
Plus,
when he
he's
gets
got
in front of the black church, he slides a little bit. But you can't do it if you're a white from Connecticut, okay? You can't do it.
All I have to, Bill Clinton could pull it off. At least he grew up in the South. You know what I mean?
That's right. I agree. Yeah, you're right though. She does hot sauce in purse. She's had several things where it's like, come on, man, get the fuck out of here.
Like Bill Clinton has a Southern accent. Even
does,
if he puts a little bit more honey in the accent, you may notice it, you may not, but he's always spoken with the Southern accent. Hillary Clinton never has. It was just
Never
so
once.
obvious.
Her middle name's Rodham. Okay, like she's like blue blood English from Connecticut and shit or something. Like it's obvious she's not. Yeah, hot sauce in purse.
Chicago.
Yeah, I know it's a very northern place. And her family, when you have the last name of your mom in your middle name, it means that you come from like the blue bloods, right? So Hillary Winthrop Rodham Clinton. You're from Winthrop is your family name on your mom's side, right? And that's how you know she's from some kind of money and gentry and shit. So, us white trash don't do that. Our middle names are Wilbur and fucking Lamar and, Dwayne and, Jim Bob and shit. So, but yeah, that's what they do. They take the mother's maiden name and make that the middle name of the child, usually, and that's how you know she's from money, Hillary Clinton. But she got hot sauce in her purse. Get out of here. The fuck up out of here. You know what I mean?
See, anybody worth
here.
their salt knows that, hey, you get your hot sauce, like it's either at the table or you can ask for it. Most restaurants are going to have hot sauce.
Oh, I want to hear somebody. What brand was that, Hillary? Is it Stubbs? Is it Stubbs? Is it is it is it Cholula? What's your hot? Is it Crystal? What's the hot sauce brand? She wouldn't even know what the fuck it is, So,
which, by the way, oddly enough, who was it? Alton Brown. I think it was him or somebody. Basically, Crystal is considered like the best hot sauce, which surprised me.
I think that's a Louisiana product.
Oh,
I
it
think it's a
generally is,
Louisiana.
but I was expecting maybe Tabasco or Texas Pete or something like that,
Texas
but
Pete.
no.
Yeah.
No, it was
Yeah.
Crystal.
I like I don't. It's a little bit. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it, but I like a lot of stuff from Louisiana though. I like that slap your mama sauce, and
Oh, I can't. You know what? I wasn't that impressed with it. I still have it in the pantry. Sometimes I'll
slap
put
your
it on
mama.
French fries.
I got
I
that. How about tahine? You like tahine? Tajine. Tahine. You ever seen that one?
I don't think I've ever used it. I've heard of it.
I love it. It's like a Mexican. I like a lot of the Mexican flavors, and but I like Cholula, Valencia. Uh, I don't know. I like all that shit. I like hot stuff, so that's where I land. But yeah, I
These
don't know,
days
man.
I don't if it's not in the food, like in the cooking process, I rarely add it at the table. Like I have
About that shit.
some pico de gallo that I made and I put a serrano pepper in there.
I like
And
Serrano.
it's hot enough. It's not super hot, but
Mhm.
I wouldn't be adding hot sauce to it.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit different anyway, pico, but it's not really like a hot. It's all about the base.
Oh,
Like
it
Cholula
can be
is.
hot.
Well, Serrano pepper isn't crazy hot though. I
No,
like
but
them.
it is for
It's
me
not like
these days.
jalapeno, you know.
Well,
So
I have a bag of habaneros in that I use every now and again. If I do like a crock pot stew or something, I'll throw a
man, them
habanero in
bitches
there.
are so damn hot though, and then they cook, man. They're hot, boy. They are just. I can't habanero and then ghost peppers and stuff. Like it gets to some degree. I'm like it is just scorching hot, it gets to be too much at some point. If my nose is watering, it's too hot. You know what I mean? Like my nose will start running, and I'm like, man, this is just. Sometimes it's hot and there's not flavor, right? Where it's just heat in your mouth, and I gotta steer clear of those. They're so. And you've had that where it's just so damn hot you can't even taste it. You know what I mean?
Years ago, I had a friend of mine who had something called Dave's Insanity sauce. I think they still
Yeah.
make it. And yeah, he put a little bit of that on a Ritz cracker, and it took milk didn't even work. It
Yeah, it's
took a
just
minute.
milk. That's what you need.
But the thing is that was just hot, hot for hot's sake. That's for young kids. I can't, it's got to
Yeah,
have some
fuck that.
flavor.
It's not.
There
I
has
need
to be a
flavor as well.
reason.
That's right.
Exactly.
Hey Stanley, my earbuds are dying. I gotta jump. My
Yeah,
earbuds are
I
dying.
probably need to go make dinner anyway.
There you go.
I'm
Well,
getting
I'll
hungry.
catch you up. I'll catch up with you tomorrow or next day.
All right.
So
I'll
you know
be
me.
here.
All right, buddy. See you. Bye.
Take
Bye.
it easy. Yeah, folks. I think Nightish is live. I don't know if let's see if he's still live. Let us see. I I wanted to get through yeah, he's still live. I wanted to get through Coleman Hughes, but I guess I'll just do that tomorrow because it is going to be this Loneliness of the MAGABlack. It's part 1. There will be a part 2. So we'll see Coleman Hughes tomorrow and go from there. What's up, Yeti? Seems like every time you hop in the chat, I'm about to head out, but I've been up since probably 4 this morning. So got to go eat dinner and all that stuff. So I will see you all tomorrow. I am gonna head over to Nidish's. I guess I could drop his show link before I go. But I see Truth is over there. I might not be welcome. So this is Nidish's current live. So y'all go over there and tell him I said hey. And I will see everyone tomorrow.
Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Crawford.
own perhaps at least one half of this asset.
Smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly.
generated because of it.
Coors Light philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
I don't know
before
what it was,
the
but
rain.
the thing is
Talking a
that
plastic crowd.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
prove
you
it,
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down, thinking
biographies,
his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Cross and my
blacks
life is
who
doomed.
will
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
And then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I